Yo, yo, yo. Hey, what's up, guys? Yo, what's up? What's up? Yo, yo, yo. Yo, what's up? What up? All right, so yeah. This was like super last minute, man. This was super last minute. I just wanted to, like last night I was thinking, man, I was like, you know what? I want to talk about some warrior changes. And then I was like, man, you know what? Well, I also kind of want to talk about this. But then I was like, man, I also want to talk about this too. And I was just like, fuck it. Fuck it. Last minute Unchained. Just me and Bach today. It was like super last minute. Like we made all this shit like 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Like almost none of this shit is scripted. So, but anyway, hey, what's up, man?
Hey, did you mean to
Um,
be muted?
yeah. I
Okay,
was for a
okay.
second. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
But yeah, so this was like hella last minute, man. So we got yes, yeah. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff to talk about. But we're gonna try not to linger on a certain subject for too long because there's a lot to say, man. There's a lot to say, you know. This is one of the best live letters that's ever fucking happened, you know. And there's just a lot to say. So we're not gonna go super in depth in every single thing about the live letter. Because if we did that, I mean, fuck, we've talked about vlogs for like an hour and a half, 2 hours before, just
Yeah,
vlogs.
we're
So
just gonna touch up on the important points. Yeah.
yeah, so we're gonna be watching some stuff. We can be taking some notes. We can be taking some notes. And yeah, man, it should be a good show. So, all right. Let's see. Oh yeah. Okay. So, if any new viewers are in the chat, the show is called Unchained, and it's an in-game podcast about Final Fantasy 14. Today, we're going to talk about the live letter and some other stuff. But it's okay. So it's very, very important that everyone knows where we're coming from because we're going to keep an open mind. Nothing is set in stone. The tooltips that they displayed, some of them were some of them were incomplete. They may change some stuff. Um, there's probably more information that we don't know than information that we know. So we're just gonna go off of what we know, and we're just gonna kind of talk about it. But I'm gonna stress it again: keep an open mind because anything could happen. Anything could happen.
We could be wrong about everything.
Oh fuck yeah!
Also, also, given the fact that like the whole live letter happened yesterday, and this is kind of a rapid reaction to it. Our whole show is going to kind of be a rapid reaction to it. So um, like if there's anything you guys have noticed or that we haven't noticed, feel free to say it in chat. So yeah,
Yeah, for
but
sure. Because I'm almost positive we missed a lot of stuff.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, we probably missed a lot of stuff. So if we're on a specific topic that we completely miss like a huge bullet point, please fucking bring it to the chat's attention because yeah, there's a lot to cover, man. There's a lot to cover. Yo, we gonna get to warrior. We gonna get to warrior. Uh, but all right, one last thing before we start too. Shout out to Shini Tan for taking the time to compile such an awesome Reddit post. He or well they took a lot of people's comments and like speculation and translations, and he put it all on a Reddit post. We'll link the Reddit post, and in the comments below, I'll also link the Reddit post as well. And yeah, shout out to him for compiling all that information.
Mhm.
Um,
And shout out to everyone who was involved too, because it wasn't just him. While he compiled it, a lot of people contributed to that thread.
yes.
And there were a lot of reaction posts. I think Happy had a couple reaction videos to this as
Hmm.
well, and I think Drac had one. But yeah, shoutouts to everyone who's kind of contributed to the kind of, I don't know. We got a really awesome community. I mean, everyone's kind of putting their heads together and seeing what they can figure out. So and we figured out a whole lot in just one day. But yeah,
Yeah, it's crazy.
we got an awesome community though.
All right, so okay, so yeah, so let's get started. The okay, so for the first thing, let me copy paste this real quick. The new job specific UI elements. I'm gonna pull up a picture. Let's see.
This is one of the first things they showed on the live letter, right? Was it?
Yes.
It was okay. Because I remember waking up and this is the first thing I saw.
Okay, I think that looks all right. All right. Okay, so yeah, and I'll link these pictures in the description below too. All right, so for the okay, so for the UIs, uh,
What do you think, dude?
let's just start on the left, like we're reading a
Sure.
book. We'll just start on the left.
Yeah, okay,
All
okay.
right, so for
Well,
Paladin,
well, okay. Well, you know what? What are your general thoughts first? Of just like overall, like what do you think of these?
I think it's really awesome. I think it's really awesome, and I think it's definitely a big step in the right direction to get people to learn how to play their fucking jobs, because I mean, you see like monks all the time dropping grease lightning. You see warriors fucking, not using their stacks. You see, you know what I mean. You just see all these like common errors that the game is notorious for not teaching you how to play the game. It's awful about that. And these are, I mean, I'm not saying like these are gonna be huge. Like these gauges are gonna like fucking make players that have no idea instantly good, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. You can also, if for some reason you don't like the UI of this, you can also shrink it down. Uh, and so I thought that was really cool because, like me personally, I'm probably going to shrink it down just a little bit, not because I like it, or I mean, not because I don't like it, just because I don't want like my screen super cluttered. But like it's really cool because like the different like for Astra, like the different cards. Um, for Scholar, they added that fairy, the fairy energy, and then you have your Aether Flow as well. And then for Warrior, you have the two different. You have Deliverance, and then you have Defiance. So I think overall, it's really awesome and a really like big step in the right direction. But what did you think?
Pretty much the same thing. I mean, um, like I always thought that it was really clunky in this game, where it's just like if you think about it, whatever class you play, a lot of the stuff that's unique to your class, like for example, take Scholar and Summoner with their Ether Flow stacks, and take like you said, Astro with their cards, Monk with their Grease Lightning. How do you keep track of all this currently? What do you do? What are you currently doing to keep track of this? You're looking at your little tiny buff bar. That's what we're doing right now, and the little number underneath it that tells you have 15 seconds left of your Blood of the Dragon, or and whatnot. I mean, if you think about it, it's really unintuitive how they have it now. And like how the fuck is someone supposed to know? Suppose you play Dragoon, and God knows there's no freaking tutorial in this game. You got Blood of the Dragon, you have Gear Skogul. And I've seen it. I've seen streams and I've seen people do it in parties I'm in. They just pop fucking Blood of the Dragon and just hit Gear Skogul right away, and then they just lose the Blood of the Dragon, and they don't think anything of it. But I think what a lot of these UI elements do, they bring a lot of like the important aspects of the class, of playing the class properly. They take it and kind of put it in the forefront of everyone's minds, right? So it's like, okay, this is kind of the thing that you have to manage to be good at this class, right? I mean, you're not going to be very good at Dragoon if you don't manage your Blood of the Dragon very well. Just pop Blood of the Dragon, Gear Skogul right away. A lot of people, I'd be surprised how many people fucking do that. But, it's just like, oh, I have this bar. It's always at 0.
Maybe I should change that.
Maybe I should be doing something different. Maybe this shouldn't be at 0 all the time.
one is bigger than 0. Maybe I should
Yeah,
start at
yeah.
1 first.
See, like I don't blame a complete noob who didn't read a single thing and just kind of plays this game casually, hits buttons to look at their buff bar, notice that Blood of the Dragon's missing, and being like, "There's something wrong here." But if you have this huge UI element that says, this thing's constantly at 0, is there something I should be paying attention to? And that's there's tooltips and stuff, and you can kind of logically figure out currently you can logically figure out maybe this is what I should be doing that's optimal, but not everyone's kind of on the same page there. Not everyone kind of thinks of this game at the same wavelength. But I think this is if you consider what these UI elements are replacing, it's replacing a tiny little icon on your buff bar that's unnoticed by like half of the people who play this game, and replacing it with this is way cooler. And not only that, I feel like it also highlights what makes the class unique, and it gives the class a lot of personality. Not to mention, I mean, some of these look really cool, right? But that's what I think anyway.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think they're really good. They're a really good addition to the game.
But yeah, let's take a look at some of
them. I'm really fucking glad that that it's not like an add-on actually, because add-ons, like I had add-ons in Rift and I really didn't like add-ons just because they, like, some of them are just completely overboard, like fucking boss mods, and they're just, I don't know. Me personally, I think add-ons can get a little ridiculous, but so I'm kind of glad that they just chose to put them in the game. Okay, so what I was saying earlier about, like, okay, so like the Paladin one, I mean, it's pretty simple, right? You just build up your bar, and fucking yellow is shield, blue is sword, and from what I could tell on the videos, the only thing you really use your bar for is Sheltron, I believe. You
can make it bigger if you want. Cover my face if you want. Like I'm moving anyway. Make it a little bigger so you can see it. Can you? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay, much better.
You're doing such a good job of holding still, though. You've been in the same position for like 6 Unchained episodes.
Arm's getting a little tired.
All right, so like right now, like Paladin just seems kind of simple, but that's kind of what the class is. It's just kind of simple, but the only thing that they showed that actually depletes your bar is Sheltron, and it takes 50. And from what I understand, just attacking, I watched the video a couple times, and when he casted spells, it filled it, and when he did GCDs, it filled it as well.
That's like a recurring that's kind of a recurring theme among some of the other classes too. They kind of have a bar that just fills when you do things, right?
Yeah, it's just like this is like naturally fills. The Dark Knight one, yeah, I definitely want to touch on that one for a second, because the Dark Knight one actually adds another layer of complexity to the job. Okay, this is assuming that mana works the same in 4.0. Because right now you have your MP that you have to manage, but now with 4.0 you have Black Blood, I think they called it, and that is what the bar is. You fill Black Blood, and you can Dark Arts Black Blood abilities. So there's 2 different layers. So basically they made the job a little more complicated, because in addition to mana, you now have to manage your Black Blood or Dark Blood, or whatever the fuck it's called. And I think that'll make the class really, really, really awesome to play, actually. Unfortunately, they didn't show very much of Dark Knight. They literally only showed like the animations. I was kind of bummed about that, because Dark Knight's like my second favorite job in the game, actually. But from what I could tell, he did Dark Arts of Carven Spit.
Wait, what's your first favorite job?
Oh, fuck. Scholar. Yeah, they really didn't say too much about Dark Knight, but From what I could tell, so you can dark arts your Carmen Spit still, and they had two different moves. They had an AOE, it looked like, or it was like the spin thing around him, and that used your black blood, and he also dark arts it. And then later, at the very end, he dark arts another ability that used 50 points of your black blood, and it was like this spin move, and he used it in grit. If you look at the picture, this these like blue outlines around the number 50. That signifies you're in grit. When you're not in grit, those are off. So I'm gonna assume that that move can be used in and out of grit, but we don't know. That's one thing. You may have to go into grit to use that. So, but okay. So Bach, you main Astro. What did you notice about this Astrologian thing? Like, do you like it? Do you not like it?
Love it. Well, you see, you know how earlier I was talking about how like you're just constantly staring at your buff bar, right? Just to see what cards have I drawn and stuff like that. At least with Astro, when you use the draw ability, your draw icon turns into whatever card you drew. So that's not too bad. But I like this too because it does a few things. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, I think there's 3 slots for cards. The card on the left, that must be, I'm guessing, it's that's your held card, right? So if you use the your spread ability, that's the card that you're holding on to. The card in the middle, that's the big one. That's the card that you have currently drawn, and you know that because when you watch the video, sorry if my mic's being a little shitty. If you watch the video, when he draws a card, that's where the number, that's where the timer on the card is. You know how you have 30 seconds to use it or spread or whatever. That's what that is. The card on the far right, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here because we're going to get into the nitty gritty later. But that's kind of a new thing.
You don't know if you're going to be right about your assumption.
I don't even know if I'm going to be right about that assumption. But yeah, it's a new card. And then finally, if you notice at the top there, it says 200%, and it has a little clock there. So that clock is obviously the symbol for extended Royal Road. So that's where it shows your Royal Road. So there's actually 4 elements here. Again, that's you have your Royal Road at the top, drawn card in the middle, left is your held card, and the right is that new thing, which we will talk about later. If you look at the Scholar next, the thing with the 3 diamonds, that's obviously your Etherflow stacks. And they got this new thing. Looks like the fairy has a resource too, which we'll get into later. I'm not exactly sure what exactly consumes that resource, but it's kind of cool because it's another element of fairy management, and that's a huge aspect of Scholar. So
it's almost like the fairy has its own mana pool or energy pool.
Yeah, exactly. They got their own resource that you have control over. So it looks like the pet system for Scholar is going to be more robust. So this kind of gives us a little clue, a little sneak peek at something new Scholar is going to get. I'll take White Mage too. White Mage, I'm not even sure what these are, but there's these 3 roses, and from what I could see, it's another resource. It's a new resource that White Mage never had before, but it looks like you build up those roses and you consume them somehow, and consuming them kind of does something. Don't know what it is yet, but yeah.
Okay, so all right, so my favorite class in the game is Warrior. My favorite class in the game is Warrior. And so about the Warriors UI, I think it's really cool that Defiance has its own and Deliverance has its own. I also think it's really fucking awesome that when you switch from Defiance to Deliverance, it changes Fellcleave and Deliverance, or I'm sorry, Fellcleave and Decimate. I think that's really cool that it switches. Saves hotbar space, just kind of a quality of life thing. So one thing about this bar, it in a way the mechanics of Warrior has changed. So I won't get too much into that, but I will say that managing this bar is going to be pretty cool, I think, because more or less instead of 5 stacks, you have 10. So you have 10 more stacks now because you can get 100 rage or energy or however you want to word it. Basically, your resource. The one thing that I think is going to be a huge dynamic and might be a little hindering since we've went 3 years being able to stance with no punishment is that you feel this rage and when you swap from Defiance to Deliverance, you lose 50% of your current rage. So, if you have 50, you'll go to 25. If you have 20, you'll go to 10. If you have 0, you'll go to 0. I assume. But the bar, it's really simple. It would kind of. I'm glad that they made it into a bar actually, as opposed to like 10 wrath stacks. I think the bar is a little easier to manage, and it changes the dynamic a little bit because, like I said, I don't want to get too much into it because we're just talking about the UI. But basically, just to sum it up, I dig the UI, and I think it's really cool, and I think the new mechanic of Warrior will be really awesome. Okay, so I'll take I'll take Monk. Monk has been my favorite melee DPS for years. It has been my favorite. I love Monk. When everyone hated Monk, I loved Monk. I agreed with them because that it was shit, because it is shit. But that doesn't mean that I don't love it. And this UI is pretty awesome, man. It's definitely pretty awesome. And the chakras are nice, and the grease lightning stacks are nice. Looks really cool. Sometimes, you'll see monks they will never accumulate 3 stacks of grease lightning. And maybe it's because they can't read Roman numerals. Maybe it's because they can't read. Hopefully 3 glowing dots or 3 glowing, like these kind of look like screw attack from Super Metroid. Hopefully 3 glowing screw attacks. Yeah, will allow you to think to yourself, man, I don't have any. These should light up. How can I get these to light up? Hopefully that works.
Something I want to add about Monk is going from A Realm Reborn to Heaven's Word. I would say that. Would you agree that Monk changed the least out of all the jobs going from A Realm Reborn to Heaven's Word? Would you say that Monk changed the least?
I think so. I think so because their rotation more or less stayed the same. Mm-hmm. The only thing that changed was the opener slightly, and you have 2 off GCDs. One is your chakra at the beginning, and I guess you charge it throughout the fight, and Elixir Field.
Yeah, but so looking at this, you have your grease lightning stacks. You also have your chakra stacks. So there's nothing new here either. So I wonder how much Monk will change moving forward. But I don't know. Just kind of thinking there.
Oh, I do want to back up real quick and mention that for Paladin, Hammer brought up a good point. When you switch from sword to shield or vice versa, it will take 50% of your current bar as well, just like Warrior.
Dark Knight too?
No. I watched the video, and when you turn on Grit, it did not take any of the bar. Now, they may change that, or maybe I missed it. I don't think I did, but I specifically watched, and when you turn on Grit, it did not take any of the bar. I don't know why. I think maybe because going into grid is already punishment enough. You're already losing like X amount of mana. But that is very important to note because if you're trying to block an attack and you're in shield, you might get caught with your pants down because if you try to block that attack at 50 resource and you go into shield or sword or whatever, you're going to be down that resource, so you will not be able to use Sheltron, assuming that going forward it's still going to cost 50. But yeah. Also going, I did notice though, going into shield, from shield to sword is still on the GCD. Unfortunately, it is still on the GCD. That really sucks. Sordos should definitely be off the GCD, but that's another story. What do you think about the Samurai UI?
Samurai? Well, I have no idea. I don't really know how Samurai works. Well, me and Zeno decided before the show that that Zeno was going to cover Samurai. I was going to cover Red Mage. So I actually didn't look a lot at Samurai. It appears they have the same kind of the same bar that goes from 0 to 100 that the tanks have, and some of the other classes have, and you know, it kind of reminds me of, for those out there who played Final Fantasy XI, the TP bar, where you basically just get TP for taking actions, and then you consume it towards a weapon skill. So that's what it kind of reminds me of. You just build it up by doing things, and then you consume it by doing, you know, something else. So
yeah,
that's
so
what that looks like.
more or less, that's pretty much what you're doing. I'm definitely gonna level Samurai when it comes out. I like the UI. I think it looks cool. So Samurai has two different mechanics you have to manage. It kind of works like Warrior, but it also works like something new entirely. So basically, these three dots here are the different sins. There's like oh man, I'm terrible at remembering names. Okay, so there's the green one, the red one, and the blue and the white one. All right, so there's a moon, a green one, and a red one. All right, so basically, you get these from your combos. So one of the Samurai's combos is only two GCDs. So you do 1/2, and then you'll acquire one of these sins. I believe the 1/2 is slashing. Samurai will get slashing, and that sin is the ice one. So I believe it is the
snow. Actually.
Yeah, the snow. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Yeah, snow.
It's the only one I remember.
Yeah. Actually, me and Al kind of half-ass figured out the rotation kind of last night. And there are two other combo chains. There is basically your Grease Lightning, your shitty Grease Lightning, and your shitty Maim. One of the combo chains increases your attack speed by 10%. The other combo chain increases your damage by 10%. And then the both of those are three tiered combos. The 2-tier combo is your slashing. So before the live letter, one of the things I mentioned was to make Dark Knight Paladin viable. They would give slashing to Samurai. I could see it going two ways. They would either give slashing to one of the tanks, or they would give slashing to Samurai. And they did give slashing to Samurai, and it is a DPS increase. The rotation will depend on if there is a warrior in the group, but like I said, don't want to get too in depth with that right now. But more or less, slashing is a part of the DPS's rotation of Samurai, and it is not a DPS loss because
it's the only way to get the Sen of Snow.
Yes,
right?
Yes, exactly. Okay. That is the only way to get the Sen of Snow, is to do the slashing part of their rotation. So you'll get the slashing, then you'll get the attack speed, which is 10%, and kind of like a mini Huton or whatever, and then the damage, which is a mini Maim. So basically, you're rotating 3 different buffs on yourself while acquiring sins. So those are what the 3 circles are. This bar and the katana are... oh man, I am so bad with Japanese words. Ki or Chi or Genki. There we go, Genki. Oh my god! All right, so this bar here, that is your Genki, and as you do these combos, you're building up your Genki. So some abilities give you 5, and some abilities give you 10, and then from that you can expend your Genki to do like super moves. So so it's really
All these
cool
people in
because
chat, by the way, are like, actually,
damn,
Zeno, it's
it's
Genki.
Genkai. Oh, Genkai, fucking Genkai. No, let me tell you about Genkai. All right,
Kinky?
Genkai was on Yu Yu Hakusho. Okay, Genkai is not here.
The fuck you
She's not
talking about?
here. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. We're done talking about Genkai. All right. So, but anyway, so you acquire your Genkai, right? So you get your Genkai going, and you can expend your Genkai to do different moves. So in a way, it kind of mirrors Rastex. And then you have your Sins, which those also expend moves. So basically, as you're doing your rotation, you're gathering 2 resources, is what it comes down to. So you do your rotation, you gather 2 different resources, you use those 2 different resources to expend other moves, and you just continue to fucking, push shit in on your samurai. But yeah, so that's pretty much about samurai. Yeah. It looks like a really fun class, man. And the animations and everything. Yeah, I dig it. Okay, so we'll go over to the other to the
What? Sorry.
did you have
Nothing.
something?
No, no,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, so we'll move on to the other panel. Hold on, let me shrink this. Oh my god, the fucking chat is so triggered by Genkai. Bitch, I'm Japanese. I fucking what the oh my god. All right. Okay. So, all right, Bach.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, like you said before we did this, you kind of looked at Red Mage. I kind of looked at Samurai. Tell me what this Red Mage
Mm-hmm.
shit is about.
That's right, Mish. Okay. So, just to kind of give a sneak peek of how Red Mage works. For those who don't know, Red Mage is kind of like a hybrid of a user of white magic and black magic. It's a little bit of Final Fantasy lore. Red Mage is a user of white and black magic. So this little bar you see here, there are 2 bars. One is white, one is blue. I don't know why it's not black if it's black magic, but it's blue. But we'll pretend it's black. The objective of Red Mage, it seems that you're trying to build both of these meters simultaneously, and they end up empowering your physical attacks. So this is how you monitor that. You kind of want to build them up somewhat evenly, because when you consume it, it consumes it evenly. So you want to generate it at the same rate that you consume it. It's just it's more mathematically better. But yeah, that's how Red Mage works, and this is how you monitor it. So that's kind of like the chief resource management aspect of Red Mage. Let me take a couple others.
Yeah. I have no idea what the Black Mage one does, what the Summoner one does, or what the Machinist one does.
Dude, what level's your Black Mage?
I level 50.
Level 50? Okay,
Level
well
50.
mine is level 29. So I don't think any of either of us could actually give any insight of how Black Mage works.
All right, well,
I know,
Ed's in chat, so we're just
it
just gonna ask him what's up, and we'll wait 30 seconds for the stream to catch up.
I guess it tracks your Enochian timer, and it tracks your Umbral Ice, Umbral Fire. So like again, same recurring theme. When you used to have to look at your little tiny buff bar before and the little number underneath it that every noob who plays this game completely ignores and doesn't realize it's even there. Well, again, it's all those aspects are being replaced by these awesome, very pretty, very sexy UI elements. So I'm guessing So I'm guessing those three thingies are umbral stacks, and the little number there is the Enochian timer. Correct me if I'm wrong, Black Mages out there.
Well, okay, I actually know exactly what it is. The
Okay.
top left is Astral Fire or Umbral Ice, stacks and timer. The bottom left is Umbral Heart, stacks. The bottom right is Enochian timer. And the bottom south jewel thing is Polyglot buff thinking.
You just read it off of.
No,
Okay,
I
okay.
didn't. Okay, all right.
All
So,
right. Anyway,
all right. So, you actually did play Machinist, right? You have Machinist level 60?
yeah, barely. So it looks like this thing tracks your ammo. I'm not sure what the rest of this stuff is. Yeah.
I know there's a heat gauge involved. I
It's
know
a
there's a
heat
heat.
gauge
Yeah, I
involved.
know there's a heat gauge.
Okay. Well, it looks like Red Machinist is going to see quite an overhaul because like a lot of this stuff is pretty new. But yeah, as far as that number goes, it seems like it builds the same way as like some of the other classes that just have that Final Fantasy 11 TP bar that you just build it up by doing things and you spend it by doing other things. Um, yeah, and for Bard, like this one's the most interesting to me actually because it tells you what song you're playing, and I really wonder how Bard's gonna work now because again, just to kind of jump ahead a little bit, Bard is no longer using that Wanderer's Minuet to have a cast bar
A lot of
on
people
their
were
weapon
really happy
skills.
about that, by the way.
A lot of people are really happy about that. We'll touch up more on that later. But this is really interesting to me because there are three bars here. It says Army's Paean, Mage's Ballad, and Wanderer's Minuet. So I wonder what Wanderer's Minuet actually does now because it's not that thing it's no longer that thing you turn on to make your weapon skills have a cast bar. So it must do something else. I wonder what it actually is. Um, but and I also wonder how they'll change how songs are used because as it stands now, especially this tier, like you basically only sing songs when something bad happens, like someone dies and they need TP or someone dies and you need MP. So I hope they integrate that more into the Bard's kit. There are also these little notches, like there's little arrows under Wanderer's Minuet. There's little song note thingies for under the Army's Paean. So I really wonder how that works, but that's the most interesting to me, and it's kind of a mystery to me, to be honest. I don't know if anyone knows how this works or has any insight on that, but yeah, I don't know. I find this one the most interesting, actually, out of all of them. I find Bard the most interesting. Yeah. You want to take what, Ninja and Summoner?
Yeah. So one that okay. So, the Dragoon one. Uh, okay. So apparently now, in addition to the blue Blood of the Dragon and Gaia Skogul, you have a red one, which I think is fucking awesome because, I always thought Nidhogg was really cool when he was like the dragon man and he did like Alamorn and shit. I always just thought that was badass. So when I saw the red Geyer Skogul, I was like, damn, that's pretty fucking dope. One thing I did notice though is that so now how it is on your fourth tier you get a random. You either get Wheeling Thrust or Fang and Claw as a fourth tier ability. But in the video, I saw the character do Wheeling Thrust and then follow it up with a Fang and Claw. So, or at least I could have swore that I did. I watched the video like 4 or 5 times. I could have swore every time he did Wheeling Thrust and then Fang and Claw, and it was back to back. So I thought that was really really awesome. And then he activated like the red Geyer Skogul, and then he just went to Pound Town. So I thought that was really cool, and I'm definitely like I have actually been playing Dragoon recently, and I like it a lot more now than I did like a month and a half, 2 months ago, and I don't know why. It's just really fun to me now. I think I had a really good A12 run, and I'm like, wow, this class is really fun, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so you can tier 4 in succession now. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's another thing they changed too. That's another thing they changed is now Geierskogel is on a 35-second cooldown, as opposed to just I think it's a 10-second, but it drains your blood of the dragon. So so I actually kind of like that because like I'm I'm also kind of bad at Dragoon, so sometimes I just go back to the Stone Age and I'm just doing a 2.0 rotation over and over again for like 40 seconds, you know? Like, but again, that's just because I'm probably bad at it. But anyway, I really thought it was cool. I really like the red Gyroskogel Blood of the Dragon stuff. I think that's really awesome. Okay, so for Ninja, Ninja I thought was pretty cool because they actually add another dynamic too. So for Ninja, the pinwheel, the pinwheel is your Huton. The pinwheel is your Huton. So it's pretty apparent when your Huton falls off. Like, because when your Huton falls off, you kind of just want to log out of the fucking game, take your computer, put it in your vehicle, and drive off a cliff. Because it really fucking sucks when your Huton falls off. So the pinwheel that tracks your Huton from what I could tell. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it tracks your Huton. The other, like the scroll that is a new dynamic, or I guess mechanic, if you will, to the class, and you build that bar with auto attacks. And through these auto attacks, you can execute different moves. So you still manage your Huton, but in addition to the Huton, you also have this other resource that you generate automatically through autos, and you can execute new attacks too. So I thought that was pretty awesome. And then I'm not really a caster. I mean, I don't know if you could tell. I'm not really a caster. Yeah, but
I don't know dick all about summoner either.
but that summon Bahamut shit was pretty awesome. That
Dude, that was so
that
sick,
was
man.
pretty
That was one of the
cool.
coolest things in the whole video. That was one of the coolest things of the whole live letter. When you, what did he do? Like he ate his pet and like made Bahamut.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah. But for the bar, it was really cool. The bar's neat, of course. The same stuff. The three jewels are Aether Flow, and this blue Bahamut bar, the greenish blue is that's the Dreadworm, and that was the resource that he summoned Bahamut with, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not actually sure what the other one does. I saw
it's two layers. It's basically 2 layers of Dreadworm, and then when you do that, you summon Bahamut. You do you basically dissipate your pet. You summon Bahamut. That's what I'm assuming anyway.
Oh, okay. So you have to Dreadworm trance twice to go through the 2 versions of the UI. Then you can
Something
summon
like
Bahamut. Okay. All right.
Yeah, something like that. It's got to be something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking notes. All right. Nice.
Taking notes yet? All right, but yeah, we did we cover them all?
I believe so. One thing I will say about Machinist though is in most games with heat gauges, you typically have to balance between X amount and X amount of heat. So I don't know if this is going to be similar to that. So like for example, let's see. Yeah, so if you hit 100, you'll overheat, and it'll force you to cool down. So it's kind of like, it's really bad if you hit 100. So you kind of want to be in that like middle ground. And but that's in most games though. I don't know if we're sure that this is the case in this game. But that's definitely one thing to look for and keep in mind. And the Bahamut actually replaces your pet, because when the Bahamut was summoned, the pet actually disappeared. It was almost like a dissipate, kind of. It was like an offensive dissipate almost, but yeah, I don't know. But I think we covered them all. Seems that way.
Yeah, but overall they're super cool, man. I mean, and it also it gives the class like so much personality as opposed to, like I said, staring at your freaking buff bar, looking
Yeah,
at the little tiny numbers. This is way cooler.
yeah. Every single job, you just look at a different, very tiny icon. So
Yep, yep.
okay, so the next thing that the next thing we want to talk about is, let's see, the new itemization changes. Um, these changes, I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste the changes as well.
Sure, yeah. So this has to do has to do with some of the changes that um, SE is making to the itemization and stat design of this game. So we're gonna go over some of that and see how that's gonna affect affect rating and stuff.
Yeah, so the first thing is no more parry. No more parry. Well, on gear. On gear. No more parry on gear. There you can still parry, but you are not forced into taking extremely shitty stats anymore.
It must be just like a flat parry rate
Yeah, it's
or
probably
something like that, like
it's
block.
yeah, it's probably just built in because like you can parry on Dragoon, you can parry. I mean, you can parry on any class in the game really, and it's probably just going to be like the base like Phantom number or whatever, if you will probably just be higher on tanks. But it's really really good that parry is no longer on gear. In its place is something that sounds amazing. This sounds amazing, and it's called tenacity. And what tenacity does is it increases the damage that you deal. It also decreases the damage that you take, and I believe it increases the amount of incoming heals that you receive. So tenacity may or may not be the secondary to go for, because it does so much. That is so much. Now, I mean, of course, we're gonna have to wait for 4.0 to actually come out before we know, but the scaling on tenacity may be really low. So, for example, let's say the damage you receive is like 0.01. So so even if you stack like 1,000 of it, you're only going to receive 0.5% damage reduction. That's really bad. That's not worth stacking. But we don't know if that's the case or not. But just for an example, it could be ridiculously OP. It could be like zero point 0.8. So then you stack like, it could be crazy. So you're basically this stat is way better than parry because this is a guaranteed reduced damage, guaranteed damage dealt, and that is a really 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 good stat to have. Well, on paper anyway. But like I said, for the scaling, it sounds amazing. But for the scaling, we'll have to see. What did you think about the parry change?
The parry. What did I think about the parry change? Honestly, a lot of people are excited about it because parry is a stupid stat to begin with. It's been stupid since day one. But a lot of people are excited about this. Personally, I don't think this changes anything. I'll be honest. I mean, I'm gonna be a little bit negative here, so excuse me here, but I'll be flat out honest. I don't think this solved any of the itemization problems they have in this game, because at the end of the day, and I could be wrong. I mean, maybe they have some sort of weird calculation that we're obviously not privy to yet. But here's the problem with the stats design in this game, in my opinion. The stats in this game can basically be summarized as A greater sign B greater sign C greater sign D. So take tanks for example. You want accuracy to cap, then you want crit, then you want det, then you want skill speed, and then you want parry. Like in that order. Parry's the bottom of the barrel. And let's just suppose tenacity is like the new god stat for tanks. Okay, so now tenacity is on the top of the totem pole. Everything just gets bumped down. Okay, now it's crit, now it's det, and now it's skill speed. So skill speed is a new parry, and then tenacity is a new crit. What does it matter? I mean, you're just replacing dog shit with dog shit. At the end of the day, it's still dog shit, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's how I feel about it. That's my first issue with it. This does not solve anything when it comes to the poor itemization design in this game. It does not solve anything. I mean, they probably sat around, the devs probably sat around a meeting room and says, oh, let's remove parry. Nobody likes it. Just replace it with a stat that people will like, right? But that does not make the itemization in this game any more interesting or robust. It just changes the names and what
Yeah.
some of the stats do. So that's how I feel about it. I don't know if do you agree? Am I out to
No,
touch you?
I completely agree with you on the itemization. But I do like tenacity, and the
Mhm.
reason why I like tenacity is just because it's not parry. It's just because it's not
Fair
parry.
enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
but
Now here's my other. I have another issue with tenacity. So tenacity, um, as Yoshi P mentioned in the live letter, tenacity increases tank damage and reduces and also damage reduction. So essentially, it's damage reduction and also damage output. So I'm assuming that the damage increase from tenacity, it must be less than crit, the damage that you're going to get from crit, because crit doesn't affect your damage reduction at all. So something that increases two different things and improves your character in two different aspects must do it at a smaller quantity than the one that only
yeah, it's
increases your
gotta be.
damage.
It's
So
gotta be.
this kind of worries me as a healer, because let's just suppose you're running in a pug. You're running in a pug, and you have this tank who just stacks tenacity. Maybe it's because it's the right thing to do. He stacks tenacity, and you heal him, and you're just like, okay. And the next time you go into a pug, you have this greedy ass tank who probably cares more about his FF logs than he cares about the success rate of the group. So now he's stacked all crit. He's like, fuck tenacity. Crit gives me slightly more damage than tenacity. As far as taking more damage than tenacity tanks, that's not my problem. That's the healer's problem. I'm not responsible for my own HP. The healers are. I'm not even gonna wear any tenacity. I'm gonna equip all crit. So now you got this huge fucking variance of how much damage your tanks are taking, despite being at the same item level, because some are gearing for tenacity, and some are gearing for crit, and that worries me as a healer, because like now my ability to perform my job is even more tied to the freaking intelligence level of the tank that I'm healing, right? So I'll be honest, I don't like it. It's not worse than what we have now, but I also don't think it's better than what we have now. It's just you're just naming things different things, and it's just at the end of the day, you're it's A greater sign B greater sign C greater sign D, and I think that is a poor itemization design. But yeah. But
I think.
however, removal of accuracy is the greatest thing.
Whoa,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
one positive we could draw from this.
Yeah,
Because
that should have been gone a
yeah,
long time ago.
why are you able to miss anything anyway? Like it's
I don't
like
know.
that's a lot of fun, missing your attack,
Yeah.
especially if it's a freaking combo attack. You just set your combo all over. But anyway, yeah,
Um,
fuck accuracy.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing about tenacity. And this is strictly coming from a tank. Uh, while the itemization still is kind of bad, and I think some of that has to do with the not having the game. It's very linear in the fact that you can't have separate builds. So you can't have a skill speed build, for example. You can't have a crit build because there's no trees, there's no skill trees, there's no abilities or there's no there's no way to buff your abilities in a specific way to make the substats work. And I think that's why the itemization is still kind of trash. But just speaking from a purely tanks perspective, I am really glad they took out parry and they put tenacity, because parry was like minus a stat pretty much, and tenacity at least will not be minus a stat. Even if it's shit, it's still not as bad as parry, because at least it's doing a
At least it
little
does
bit of something.
something.
Yeah, a little bit of something. At least it does just a little bit, at minimum. But yeah, I do definitely agree with you on the itemization though. It's Yeah,
Yeah,
it's pretty
you know,
awful.
at the end of the day, damage reduction on a stat is like a secondary stat where you have other options where you can choose to build crit or det. Um, the thing is, when you have two tanks and presumably both are doing some degree of tanking, suppose suppose the warrior does 40% of tanking, and then whatever paladin or dark knight does 60% of tanking. So you're doing 60% of the tanking as a paladin. Well, tenacity is only good 60% of the time. Then the other 40% of the time, the warrior is tanking. Your the damage reduction portion of tenacity is only good for when you're tanking. So whereas something like crit and det, you're getting full mileage all of the time, right? So there's that to consider too.
Yeah, because if it's going to buff three different things, those
Mm-hmm.
three different things are going to be I mean, they have to be shitty, right? Or at least the
Yeah.
scaling. I mean, they have to be because if they were if they were good, that I mean, if they were like crazy good, like if each one was weighted at like zero point 0.7 or zero point 0.8, that would just be over. That would be overpowered as shit.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be crazy good. That'd be
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah. See. Yeah. I mean, I'm reading chat. Yeah, tenacity. You still have a slight damage up, but at the end of the day, my point is that the damage reduction portion, that its value is diminished when you're for any time that you're not tanking. So now you have what only the damage up portion of the tenacity, which presumably is going to be less than crit and det because those two things aren't buffing your damage reduction, right? But we might be getting ahead of ourselves with trying to theory craft a bunch of stuff that has not been tested or not testable yet. But this is all speculation and conjecture at this point. But um, I'm a little pessimistic about what I see here.
Well, what do you? Okay, so they removed accuracy and then they put in direct hit,
Okay.
or true hit or whatever. And what direct hit is, it's basically like a mini crit that can crit. Apparently, the mini crit can crit. So instead of like one exclamation mark, you'll get two, and there'll be an explosion and fucking probably some balloons and confetti comes out and all that bullshit. So, what do you think about the mini crits?
What do I think? I'm more on board with this. How I said before, A is better than B, better than C, better than D. Well, this might actually break the mold when it comes to Square Enix's usual stat design. Is how you said direct hit is a proc that layers with crit, right?
Yeah,
Well, mathematically, if you stack all crit or if you stack all direct hit, if assuming that they let's just assume that they're both equally valued, it's better to have that it mathematically it would be better to have equal amounts of both than stacking one or the other because of it would have multiplicative effects with each other because like you said it's a layered proc and an increase in damage. So that's interesting to me. I'd like to see how that works, but yeah, a little skeptical still. But,
I think. I
kind of
mean,
cool.
I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of like it's a little repetitive because it's just another like it's just like another source of damage. So it's kind of like a watered down crit. But I think it'll be really cool if well, it'll definitely be really exciting when you get like a crit mini crit. I mean, that's got to be. I mean, explosions and balloons and all that shit coming out, and it just that. Like, I mean, I'm already getting excited about it, and it's not even in the fucking game yet, So, I definitely think it's pretty cool. I here is one thing that I actually kind of like, and with the addition of tenacity, they're making tanks more tanky, or trying to at least. And with the addition of the direct hit or true hit, whatever you want to call it, they're making DPS more DPS. And the longer this game goes, the farther they're getting away from the initial A Realm Reborn / Gordius era, where as a tank you could
Significant amounts of
yeah,
damage.
the damage that you could do as a tank was unreal. And when people like the damage that you could do back in the day as a tank was so unreal that like people were surprised that they nerfed him. And I'm just like, are you fucking serious? Like, did you really think that they were going to let us keep doing this? Are you freaking kidding me? Of course they're gonna. Tanks are doing more damage than DPS. Why the fuck would you ever take a DPS instead of a tank? Just take the tank. They do more damage. And so I kind of like that aspect. I kind of like that DPS are doing more damage and tanks are becoming more tanky.
They're trying to widen the gap between the DPS output of a damage dealer and the DPS output of a tank. I think that's the direction they're going in. And as much as I like doing damage as a tank, I like that change. I think it's cool.
Yeah,
I think it's a good direction to go in.
It doesn't take away anything from tanks, but it makes I think it helps the floor on DPS a lot. And
totally.
Yeah,
and it also puts more responsibility in the hands of DPS to put out the DPS for the party. Because as it stands, when a group needs more DPS, the best place to look are the tanks and the healers. So maybe they're trying to put more responsibility in the hands of the DPS, and that's a good thing.
Like in this game, that's the really awesome thing about this game is the healing and tanking meta. And from what it looks like, it's not going to change. From what it looks like, it's not going to change in Stormblood. But again, we'll see. We'll see. But healers can do a lot of fucking damage in this game. Healers can do a lot of fucking damage, and tanks can
especially in this raid tier where nothing does any fucking
damage. Nothing does any damage.
DPSing 80% of the time.
It's almost like you could go in there with 8 tanks and kill the entire raid tier.
When you're speed running a 10 between both healers, you spent like maybe 10 GCDs towards healing, and like 200 towards damage. But I kind of like I like the tanks are becoming more tanky, and I like that damage dealers are they're doing more damage. I like that a lot. Did you have anything else to say on direct hit? On secondary stats? Well,
or on direct hit? Yeah.
On direct hit, just direct hit.
You know what? Really. We actually hold on. What do you think about this one? We actually forgot to put this on here.
What?
Piety.
All they've done is
piety change.
They've taken piety instead of didn't they make it so like piety instead of a main stat, it's a secondary stat?
Yeah, so you won't get like piety crit on a weapon or something like that, I believe.
No, it's still treated as a secondary stat when it comes to your gear. It's still treated as a secondary stat currently. Right, you're still getting piety crit, piety debt, skill speed crit, stuff like that. So it doesn't really change, but it does change in the sense that when you try to meld piety, you can only meld it in the first slot of your penta.
Oh, okay.
Because it's treated like a primary stat.
Okay.
And in addition to that, it's also piety is like when you have Scholar Astro, nobody's giving you a mind buff in the party. Right, because Scholar gives party buff.
I got you. Okay,
so it's kind of dumb. That's piety and all, for all intents and purposes, it's totally a secondary stat, but the game perceives it as a primary stat, which makes no sense.
I have actually never melded piety in the first slot of any piece of gear that I've ever had, so I wouldn't even think that was a thing.
There you go. see, I had like a huge piety deficiency when we were progging creator. Like I fucked up my gear so bad when we were progging creator. I was like constantly out of mana, and like I'm just like, man, if I could just meld some piety after I've hit my accuracy accuracy cap, I'd be perfectly fine. And I don't really want to meld piety first and then accuracy for the rest of the slots. So it was really awkward for me, and this would kind of solve that problem. But yeah, basically they just realized that piety was really a secondary stat and moved it to the appropriate place. So it doesn't really change anything, to be honest. It's very minor.
Yeah, I have never melded piety on the first spot.
Yeah. Right. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, so all right, so tanks. For whatever fucking reason, they decided that we're going strength again. We're strength again.
Make up your fucking mind,
yeah,
man.
It's fucking ridiculous. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Just, I don't understand why they just can't keep it fucking vit. Like, it actually doesn't change our damage at all. They just want tanks wearing vit gear. and they just want DPS wearing DPS gear. And I think it's a good. I mean, I think it's really good because you'll see dragoons wearing Dex gear and fucking bards wearing, Vit gear, and monks wearing caster gear. You'll see that. And for some reason, people don't look at their fucking gear. They don't realize that, oh, I'm a monk. Maybe I don't need intelligence. maybe I don't need intelligence. So so here's the change. So if you didn't see the live letter, here's the change. There, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is no nerf to damage. The only thing is that now Vit is 0.45 and Strength is 0.45. So on your left side you have 0.9 or whatever, or 10 or whatever. You have one. So each point. So basically you combine the two on your left side, so that half is Vit, half is Strength. That's where you get your damage from now. So then on your right side, you have Vit gear and you meld in Strength. The change is going to make all of that Strength. So what this means is the 0.5 and the 0.5. So it will no longer be 0.5 Vit, 0.5 Strength.
0.45.
Or actually. 0.45, sorry. It will no longer be that. It will be 0.9 or 1 on Strength.
I'm assuming it's going to be 1.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be 1. Okay, so this is assuming it's going to be 1.
But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But the change is that all of your damage is going to come from Strength now. But assuming that it's still going to be 1, the damage literally is not going to change whatsoever. Because
actually, it's going to go down, actually.
Is it?
I'll tell you why.
Oh, well, because you get less Strength, though, right?
Well,
that's why.
Currently, what are we wearing? What is your warrior wearing as far as accessories go?
All Vit. Yeah.
And that's giving you damage now, right?
Yes.
So they mentioned that when it comes to accessories, I only heard this from you, so correct me if I'm wrong here. But accessories will be locked to the appropriate jobs.
Yes, yeah. So
fending
tanks,
is tank only.
Yes, yeah.
It's like, I don't know why the fuck that wasn't the case before.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know why that wasn't the case before. So like, because currently you have like ninjas wearing Strength gear, thinking it's good because it gives crit, right? I'm just like, why? But anyway, you remember back in Midas, during the Midas patch, Square Enix had a problem. The problem was, what was best in slot for accessories for monks and dragoons? Slaying gear. What was best for tanks? Slaying gear. So now and nobody wants fending gear. So the problem was, tanks best in slot was a bunch of shit they couldn't even need roll on because it belonged to monks. And when tanks are preferring DPS accessories and they can equip them, that created a problem. So their solution, there were 2 possible solutions. Solution 1 was the one that they went with. They went and made it so that Vit and Strength gave equal amounts of attack power to tanks. So they made it split up how we have now. I don't like that solution. I thought it was a little ham-fisted solution. The solution I thought they should have went with is leave accessories alone, force tanks to, and just make the accessories only equipable by the appropriate job. So fending, tank only. Slaying, Strength classes only. That's what they should have done in the beginning. And I think what they're doing here is they're correcting their mistake and going back to what they should have done in Midas. So you don't like it, but I like the change. But I think it'll be a overall damage reduction because tanks, I think their left-hand gear was going to be Vit and Strength, but their right-hand gear is going to be Vit only. So remember how we were just talking about widening the damage gap between what damage dealers are doing and what tanks are doing? This is how they're going to do it. Not just tenacity, but also tanks in general are just not going to have that much attack power. Because as it stands now, my warrior right now, I'm logged in right now, my warrior has 1340 attack power. And same item level monk has 1594. With this change, so my warrior is very close to attack power to where my monk is. But with this change, my, assuming I'm wearing the same gear, my attack power is going to be a lot less because the Vit accessories are no longer giving me attack power. right?
Yeah. Yes. Like when they said when they mentioned the strength change, the first thought that came to my mind was back in Gordius.
Hmm.
And back in Gordius, if you remember, strength mattered more than Vit plus strength in Midas. Basically, strength was 1-for-1, whereas in Midas, it was not 1-for-1.
Hmm.
So when they said that they was going to go back to strength, I just naturally assumed that it was going to go back to the Gordius way. And that's why I was kind of thinking it wasn't going to be a damage nerf. However, it will be a damage nerf if they keep the same formula that they have now. So let's say like it's it's Vit and strength now, and that's
Right.
point nine. So
Yep.
let's say they change Vit to 0 and strength to point nine. That will be a damage nerf because you will only have you'll have less like basically like right now you can get 15 main stat. So let's say the change happened now. So now you have like 20, 28 or 29. Well, that's a lot less than, 60 something Vit and 50 or I'm sorry, 15 strength. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So assuming they keep the same formula but just shift everything to strength, then yeah, we will see a damage nerf again.
Hmm.
But I guess I just naturally thought when they
You're
mentioned
going
strength.
back to the old formula.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
see. I'm thinking that they're taking the itemization that you have now, locking fending accessories to tanks, locking slaying accessories to monk dragoon samurai, and just going back to the old formula. Old formula, new gear,
Yeah.
new restrictions.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like as Hammer pointed out, they said at the well, I guess toward the beginning of the stream,
They're still crunching
they're
the
still
numbers,
they're still working on this. None of this is set in stone yet.
Right.
But
But at the end of the day, when they make a change like this, you have to ask yourself, why are they making this change? There has to be a logical reason. And
Yeah.
to me, the logical reason is to reduce tank damage in relation to what damage dealers are doing. I think that's what it is.
yeah,
And
that's
that is
really
the
a
only
lot.
logical explanation to me. So I think that's what the purpose is of why they're doing it, why they're making strength the damage stat.
It also could be a lazy coding thing too.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Yeah.
it is,
This
but
is
it
all
also,
conjecture,
yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, there's a few different, there's a few different thoughts or whatever. But
At the end of the day, we're just guessing.
yeah, but bottom line is tanks will be strength tanks now, but you'll be a strength tank that wears Vit gear. So however you want to make sense of that. The only reason why I don't like the change, now let me be perfectly clear for a second. I don't like the change not because we may be losing damage, we may be gaining damage. I just don't like the change because I find it very unnecessary. It's very unnecessary.
It doesn't do anything, to be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't, like, that's when they made this change the first time on a lot of YouTube videos, I got comments like rip strength tanks, GG, fucking warrior nerf, lol. And it's like, but like, you do
Where's that
realize
buff, man?
that it doesn't matter where the source comes from. Like,
long as you're getting
we
it.
could be fucking mind tanks or intelligent tanks. Who the fuck cares? As long as the scaling is appropriate, who the fuck cares? Like, fucking, it doesn't matter that our main stat
You
isn't
can just create a
strength.
new stat called Dick Cheese and
Yeah,
say, okay, Dick Cheese gives
exactly.
fucking tanks damage. It doesn't even matter.
It's like
stats equals damage.
like the source of the damage doesn't matter. It just matters on the scaling. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just like, sometimes people are, they
you're
just
right.
completely they just over dramatize it, like rip strength tanks, lol, warrior nerf, whoa. It's like, are you thinking what you're saying right now? Are you using your brain? Do you have any idea what you're saying right now? It just, yeah. So like, it doesn't matter where the source comes from. It matters about the scaling. That's the important part.
Exactly.
And I think it's just very unnecessary. Why do you have to change it? Just keep it Vit. Just keep it. Yeah. It's just,
If you want to reduce tank damage, just reduce tank damage.
yeah,
Jeez.
it's just I don't know. I just
Whatever.
I thought it
It
was a
doesn't really
little
matter.
yeah. I thought it was a little irritating that they just went back to it, and it's just like okay, well that's fine, whatever. It doesn't really change. I mean, I'm still gonna play
Maybe
the
it's just a
game, and
flavor thing where
I
like,
guess I don't know.
why is vitality making you stronger? Wouldn't strength make you stronger? Like I don't know.
I don't know. But
I have no
anyway,
idea.
so yeah, bottom line is strength is going to be calculated into damage, no longer vit. That
But yeah,
calculation is still
using real life logic to rationalize Square Enix's design decisions is kind of like a fool's errand
yeah.
sometimes because I don't even think they know what they're doing sometimes. But anyway, moving on.
But with the silly part of that, healers, and this is a huge change. Healers, their damage now comes off of mind instead of intelligence. So now, okay, me, I all right. So I actually think I'm a pretty confident healer. I'm pretty confident in my abilities to heal and do damage. I've looked, I've flogged
You're
it,
okay.
and
Just kidding.
I
Just
think
kidding.
I've gotten a lot. I think I've gotten a lot better.
No, you're really good. You're really
I
good. You gotten a grasp of the healing class, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm no longer a meme anymore. The fucking Scholar X is no
You've come
longer
a
a
long
meme.
way from the
Yeah.
boss where I died like fucking 7 times tanking for you.
Yeah. So with this change, okay, now I love this change, and I love this change for two reasons. One reason is because it makes it easier for healers to do damage. Now, all jokes aside, when most healers play this game, they get scared and they do not want to go into cleric stance. They get scared because for whatever reason, people are really afraid of dying. They're really afraid of letting the tank die. Me, I don't fucking give a shit. Like, if you die, I'll just be like, yo, I fucked up. You're dead as shit. I'll usually tell you you're dead as shit before it happens. So you know what's coming. So like, you can prepare yourself to get angry with me. Because I'm like, yo, yo, watch that wind up, dog.
Nope, I'm in clear stance.
Because lights out.
You're dead.
Fuck you, lights out.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, this mind damage thing is actually is only half of the big change. The other half, and this actually segues us into our next topic,
Yes.
is the removal of cleric stance.
Yes.
So now, first of all, the way cleric stance works now, it changes your mind to int, changes the int to mind, so that you can now do damage. But the thing is, if let's just suppose you're wearing all int gear and then you switch over and then you hit cleric stance and you start healing. Well, cleric stance also says reducing all spell-based HP restoration by 20%. So you don't want to heal in cleric stance anyway. So it's just like, what? Why does cleric stance swap your stats from mind to int and int to mind? Why don't you just have mind do the damage and then cleric stance just says your healing spells don't really do anything, right? And then when you're not in cleric stance, your damage spells don't really do anything. So, but anyway, with the removal of cleric stance, the whole int
Well, they
damage
changed
thing
it. They
is
didn't remove it,
obsolete,
but yeah, they changed it.
Well,
Yeah.
they changed it. Sorry.
Yeah.
But so that way healers now, and we can go into our next topic if you want to change the slide. But what I was gonna say, so the removal of cleric stance. So I'll let you go first. What do you think about the removal of cleric stance? What are your thoughts on that? Well, look, when I say removal, I mean you no longer have to shift in and out of cleric stance to either choose between healing or damaging. You don't have to commit 5 seconds and a couple GCDs towards dealing damage only when you step into cleric stance. That's no longer the case. So what do you think of that?
I just had one more thing to say on the mind thing.
Sure. Yes.
What the change? Okay, so some people hated the change because some people feel like, oh well, cleric stance it made the good healers really good, and managing cleric stance was part of the game, and I don't give a fuck because that's a really stupid argument, and here's why it's a really stupid argument, because I get stuck in cleric stance a lot on accident. That's why that's a stupid argument.
You double tap it.
See, here's the thing. Okay, so for those of you that watch my stream, I have really good ping. I have really good fucking ping. I can do things that seem like I can get away with things that you should not be able to get away with a vast majority of the time. However, on
So you're not
clerics,
actually that good.
no. I am actually a very bad player. I just happen to have crazy good ping, so I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can do whatever the fuck I want because my ping is so good. So, but with that being said, a lot of times, and this happens to me on Astro so many fucking times, is I'll use a card. So I'll use draw. And as I'm moving, I try as best I can to constantly be doing something. I'm either drawing a card, I'm like casting a region as I'm moving. I'm trying to nonstop cast as often as I can. And one of the things that happens to me is I'll hit draw, I'll tap cleric, but my cleric will not turn off. It will stay on. And that's really fucking annoying to me. That's really fucking annoying because when you hit the button, your brain tells you, okay, we good, so you go and, you do your thing, but you're really not good. So in my opinion, cleric needed to be one of two things. It needed to be what it's going to be, which is now. They just need to completely have all of healer damage be on mind, which I was very happy for the change. Or they needed to lock out your healing abilities while you're in cleric.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're healing and you're just like, you're in cleric stance. You don't even realize it because you're not looking at your tiny little thing. And
yeah. So when you activate cleric, you cannot heal. They're blacked out. It's like if you go into deliverance, you cannot use inner beast. It should have been one or the other. At least in my opinion, it should have been one or the other.
Because you're never gonna cast.
You should not be
clerics, and you're never gonna cast Benefic in clerics, right?
Yeah, you should never be able to. Oh my god! But anyway,
shitty design. But anyway,
but anyway, so I'm happy about the change, yes, this will also encourage a lot of timid healers to do more damage. Because if they see that the tank is topped, everyone else is topped, there's a small chance that they'll be like, ooh, maybe I can get a dot in, and boom, they get that dot in. And you're just like, yeah, dog, look at that dot. Yo, it's ticking. It's just ticking. That's the only damaging spell they do the whole time. But you know what? It's fucking on there, and it's explosive. It's ticking. They're looking at their flogs. They're like fucking tooth percentile, and they're just like, fuck yeah. Yo, you see that combust? That's what's up. I did that combust. I wasn't scared to do that combust. And I think that's cool, man. I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool, man. But anyway, let me change. Okay, so, I kind of ran it for a second, but.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I think about the cleric stance. At first, my first response was, cleric stance is fine. Like, I like cleric stance. I like the fact that if you want to do damage, you have to, strategically, you have to think about it. Because when you go into cleric stance, you are committing 5 seconds to not being able to heal. Yeah. And I thought that provided a lot of challenge to healing. And I guess that's just kind of like that was my first reaction to it. But and I was in the minority, and when we were chatting about it, we were talking about it in our little Discord with and Chet brought up a point. It was just like, how many times have we wiped just solely due to cleric stance accidents? Now let's just remove all of those wipes. And I'm just like, okay, well, the game would, it's supposed to be challenging. I mean, you're supposed to wipe when you fuck up. It's like, yeah, but it's just another dumb way to wipe. And I think that's a really good point, first of all. Second of all, I think healing's the hardest job in this game. So, and because if you fuck up a GCD on, say, a machinist, okay, well, looks like I'm dealing slightly less damage because I fucked up my GCD. When you fuck up a GCD on healer, you accidentally hit cleric stance when you weren't supposed to. You're now your party's dead and you're starting all over. So that kind of created a little more difficulty when it came to healing. Is like your mistakes are a lot more grave than, say, and then say a DPS job. So with this change to cleric stance, that somewhat alleviates that. So I am welcome to that change. At first I wasn't, but thinking about it and hearing what other people had to say, I'd say I'm wrong. They're right. This change is good. Cleric stance was kind of poor design. Also, I think that people will be less apprehensive about DPSing as a healer when they don't have to commit cleric stance to it. And that's a great thing because we have healers. We have so many underperforming healers, and there's such a huge disparity between healer skill level. Like the gap between the best healers and average healers is massive, whereas a gap between the best DPS and an average DPS is not as massive.
It's probably the highest in all honesty, because even tanks,
by far the highest.
Because even tanks, even shitty tanks will still do, like, you can literally do 0 damage on a healer. It's almost it's very unlikely to do 0 damage on a tank. I'm just gonna say that it's extremely rare.
You're not gonna hold aggro, and you're not.
Yeah.
You're not gonna, anyway, yeah. Great change. I think it's good. At first I was a little skeptical about it, but I've warmed up to it, and overall, it's awesome change. All right. Anyway.
Okay. So talking. All right. Yeah. So going from that. Let me pull up the. Okay. Okay. So the roles here.
Right. So role actions.
Yeah. So do you want to explain how they changed the cross class to the roles? While I copy this real quick.
Sure. Yeah. So as it stands now, you have your cross class abilities, right? Currently, you have your cross class abilities. So take warrior for instance. You can cross class monk abilities, and you cross class paladin abilities. So typically, for the most part, most jobs they kind of cross class the same 5 things, and like everyone kind of chooses the same things, and so that's one issue with it, is that it's kind of like it's like customization, but you're not really customizing because everyone chooses the same shit anyway. Like what am I gonna do? Choose Savage Blade on my warrior or like freaking Haymaker? No, I'm gonna everyone's gonna pick the same shit. So also, if I wanted to play Scholar, suppose I just want to play Scholar, but if I want to play it well, I gotta have Stone Skin, and I gotta level my White Mage to level 42. I don't want to play White Mage, but I gotta level it to get Stone Skin. That's kind of annoying. So they're scrapping the cross class and replacing it with role actions, where if you are a class, or if you're a job of that role, then you can now choose 5. You're choosing 5 out of a possible 10 options.
1, 2, 3.
Is that right?
4, 5, 6,
Something like that.
Yeah, 10. Yeah, 5 out of 10. Yeah,
you're choosing 5 out of a pool, and we're gonna take a look more in depth of the pool of role actions you can take. But I think this is way better than the cross class system. I did not like the cross class system because it was kind of annoying, and it was cumbersome. And I think this is better.
Yeah, I hated the cross class system just because, like, some of the shit was just outrageous. Like we'll take Paladin for example. Another reason why they're god awful is you have to have a White Mage level, like, what, 34 or no, or what level do you get Stone Skin? 34 or some shit? Fuck, I don't even remember, because I only got it the once and I fucking deleted it from my brain. But anyway, like, I really hated that. And I think it's kind of dumb that, like, if they were gonna do that, it's just like, basically as a new player, you're like, oh yeah, I want to play Dark Knight. Oh, but I don't even have Provoke, so I have to level a fucking Gladiator to level 24. Like, what kind of sense does that make? Like what a bummer. What a bummer. You're like, yes, I get to play Warrior. Oh, but I have to have a Gladiator level 24.
Exactly.
That means that every tank that has played this game that is level 60 and has the correct cross-class abilities, you are awesome. And let me explain why. Because that means that you suffered through 34 miserable fucking levels of Gladiator. And
The first 34 levels are the worst too.
Oh my god! Like I'm actually leveling Paladin on my second character because in my second group, I'm going to I'm pretty sure I'm going to main Paladin or Dark Knight in that group, and I can tell you right now, I do not have stone skin on my fucking Paladin, and I'm not going to get it. So. I'm very happy that I won't have to have that.
You shouldn't have to level other jobs. You should, if you want to just only play warrior, you don't want to play any other job, you should be able to do that in this game without having to level all these other jobs to get absolutely essential abilities like convalescence and provoke.
Level 34 is a bit extensive. I can kind of understand 15. You know, it's like, okay, they kind of want you to at least try another job. I can kind of understand that. But level 30 fucking 4, that's like past the job, you know? Like on my second character, I actually didn't even have a paladin. I had to go level conjurer to level 15. I go to I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to level my paladin for the expansion coming up, you know, cuz I might actually play paladin. Here we go. So I go and I try to get my quest and it's like, you know, you can't get it. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I sit there for like 10 minutes and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And then it finally dawns on me. I have to have a level 15 conjurer. And I kind of turned off my computer. I went in my truck and I drove off of a cliff. And I survived, and here I am now. And I got my conjurer to level 15. And yep, that's what we're doing now. But anyway, I'm I'm very happy about the role action.
I think everyone agrees that cross class sucks dick.
Yes.
Let's look at what they replaced it with.
So we were just talking about cleric stance. Now cleric stance has been changed, so it no longer swaps your mind and int. What it does, it is increases the damage that you deal by 5% for apparently 15 seconds with a 90-second cooldown. So while that isn't the biggest buff, it is literally free damage, and you cannot.
It's a damage,
yeah, like you.
It's not free. It's not free. Don't say it's free.
Well,
we'll get into that in a bit. Well, let's go. Hey, let's go roll by roll. So tank healer, or let's just look at all the abilities here. So what do healers have? What do healers have access to? So we got cleric stance, the damage steroid.
Yeah, and
we have this ability break.
It's supposed to be a slow, from what I can tell.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So basically, I guess that replaces, like, if you play healer and something needs to be slowed, which is kind of like a theme in Midas. A lot of things had to be slowed. So healers have to use, like, White Mage would have to use Stone 1. Astro would have to use, like, Stella, right? So if you need a slow, this is what you want to cross-class, is this new break ability, which basically is your all-purpose slow if you want the healer to be responsible for slowing things, I guess, or heavy.
Yeah. So it just gives them more. It just gives them something. It just gives them more utility, I guess. Like it just opens up more options.
You may or may not need it depending on the encounter.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Apparently, Chad is telling us it's not a slow, it's a heavy. So it's a heavy. Yeah. Okay, so the next one's protect. Protect is awesome. Protect is protect.
But at least you know what? Only one healer has to have it.
Yes. Yeah. So that's good.
See, the reason I say cleric stance is not free is because there are 10 options here for cross-class skills between healers. Because there are 10 and you can only choose 5. Cross-class and I'd say most of these are relevant. Most of these are actually decent, where you would want them at some point. So with that being said, you have a wealth of options. So you only have 5 slots, so you're limited. It is.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Resource.
Okay, yeah.
So if you take cleric stance, that is one cross class that's not cleric stance that you don't have access to. So me and Chet were talking about this. Chet is going to be my new coal healer, by the way. And we were talking about this. Cleric stance, 5% damage increase 15 seconds with a 90-second cooldown. So someone crunch the numbers real quick. What does that equate to damage-wise? It's like probably like 8%, or sorry, 0.8% damage increase. If you just do like really rough napkin math, like that's pretty pitiful. That's like less than internal release cross class.
Yeah.
So me and Chad are thinking, while this does increase your damage, let's just suppose you're speed running. You might want cleric stance when you're speed running because you want every point of damage you could possibly get. When you're doing prog, maybe 0.8% damage of for your healers isn't that important to you. So maybe you might want to prioritize something like eye for an eye, something that you're not going to want when you're no longer progging. Now you're speed running or you're farming. And you want to get your awesome flog sparses. Now you're going to ditch eye for an eye for cleric stance. Makes sense. So I like the fact that there are real options now. There are real options.
I think the healer roles are actually probably they have the most to choose from. There's really not a bad one. I mean, like
Isuna, fight dependent. Yeah, but yeah. I think healers have the most like kind of the most choices, the most relevant choices. Is that
when I mentioned free damage, I meant if you take it. If you decide to take it,
as opposed to not using
it. Exactly. I wasn't taking into account that you may actually not take it just based on the other options would be better. But if you take it, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not going to be bad because it's free damage if you take it. So, but I didn't think about that though. You might actually not want to take it because it's really not that much damage over the fight, So sure, if you're speedrunning, but if you're doing prog like you suggested, it's, I mean, it's probably not gonna be worth it. But yeah, so protect is the same. Asuna, I assume, is the same. And okay, so lucid dream. This halves your enmity and refreshes MP with potency of 8.
Shroud.
Yeah, so shroud
I wonder, does that mean they're taking luminiferous and shroud away from white mages and astros? Because it wouldn't be kind of redundant to have two things that do the exact same thing, and wouldn't that give you just way too much MP? I'm guessing they're taking that ability away, and
I would imagine because they're not actually job abilities. I mean, I know Astro is a job, but like as far as white mage goes, I don't think that shroud is a white mage. Like you get that as a conjurer.
Right.
So
yeah. Oh yeah, I know. But fair enough. But what I mean, I just say the word job just kind of for. Just to kind of
I think they're going to take it away from. I think that if you want that, you have to take it.
You're kind of forced to take this. How can you not have that?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, even with shroud, white mages still get MP starved all the time. So how can you not go with this? I guess if you're a scholar and you have ether flow, you don't want it. But I think every astro and white mage is going to take this.
Yeah. So pretty much that's almost mandatory, like almost. And then Swiftcast is amazing. Eye for an eye, it's really good.
See, Swiftcast, I'm not sure if I don't know how do both people need Swiftcast? I guess so. You probably want 2 Swiftcasts anyway. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, Lucid Dream has more ticks than current Shroud. Yeah, so it's actually better, I guess.
It has more ticks than Shroud, fewer ticks than Luminiferous. So it's somewhere in between. Okay. It's basically like somewhere in between Shroud and Luminiferous. Yeah.
Oh, not to mention the enmity part is amazing too, because there's no telling. Because there's been past fights where the healer aggro has just been absolutely ridiculous.
A12,
and there's
A3?
Yeah.
The fact that you couldn't shed your enmity as an astral meant you have. Yeah, but anyway, all right, yeah. Swiftcast.
Yeah, so Swiftcast is Swiftcast. It's pretty much the same. Or it is the same. Eye for an Eye is apparently the same. So there's a new one. It's called Affection ? The color. I remember seeing this on the video when he opened up his role menu, and it's Divine Seal, but it's just recolored. So maybe it is Divine Seal or an alteration of it.
I wonder, because the thing is, I Astro has a healing steroid already, and that's Sinistry, and White Mage has a healing steroid, so it's Divine Seal. Unless they scrap both and replace it with this thing that both of them can equip. I'm not sure if I would like that. I'm guessing it's something different because I don't think they would scrap Sinistry. I think Sinistry is a really
I
cool
love
ability.
Sinistry. It's
So cool.
good.
I mean, you're freaking healing two things at the same time, or
Yeah,
healing one thing
really good.
really big. But like, I think if they were to add this, if this was like a Divine Seal that Astro has access to, you can't really have Divine Seal and Sinistry. I mean, that's just two healing steroids. That's crazy.
Well, what if
So
you have the Eos's buff
The
plus that
Illumination?
Divine Seal, and then you crit like an Adlo? Can you imagine that? That'd be crazy,
Oh
right?
God.
That'd be crazy,
Yeah.
town. Holy
But
moly!
in any case, I don't think anyone really knows what this does. It's kind of a mystery, and the fact that it kind of looks like Divine Seal, I don't know if that points towards that being Divine Seal. So I'm not even sure what it is. So yeah. Anyway,
What do you think about Surecast?
Surecast.
Now, granted, I'm not like the best healer. I'm pretty confident, but I actually almost never use Surecast, and it's mostly just because I forget. So
Yeah, I don't even have it equipped. Although sometimes I wish I did when we're doing A12 and you lose aggro on one of those Lanner ads and it interrupts my gravity. But besides that, I don't think Surecast is very good. I wonder what it's for. You never know. I mean, it makes you immune to sleep, stun, knockback. What if there's a boss that puts everyone to sleep?
is
and
that
starts
new?
damaging
Actually,
everybody?
is that
You never know.
is that new?
That is new. Yeah.
The immune to sleep, because I don't remember that shit on there. All I remember it is that the damage didn't interrupt you. So
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
all right. So now this is definitely my favorite rescue.
Okay.
I
Why
am
is it your
going.
favorite?
I am going to have so much fucking fun with this move. I really, really like killing my teammates in primals and dungeons. I think it's the funniest fucking thing, and I really,
kill your
really
own teammates,
fucking
yeah.
enjoy it. Yeah, like for some reason on Sophia, if because someone gets feared, right, or someone gets zombied and they're attacking you. I mean, I'll just sit there and I'll just fucking let them just wail on me, and I'll like purposely kill them, and it fills me with it fills me with joy. It's like there's snow outside. You're going to the mall. You see Santa, and he's ho, ho, ho. It's just this hearty laugh. There's just 100% joy. That is what happens to me whenever I PvP in a PvE instance. I don't know why. I just really think it's funny, man. I really think it's funny. And rescue is gonna be so fun. Like, because then you can always be like, oh, I was worried you were going to step in that AoE or something, like I just find rescue so funny, and I can't wait to use it. Like, I can't wait to use it. What do you think about it?
I think it's stupid. I think the troll potential of that ability is just too high. Just too high.
Definitely.
And, like, you have melee who's like, oh, it's not my fault I died. The healer didn't fucking pull me out of the AoE fast enough. And then you're gonna have, like, man, this ability is gonna get me banned from the game because some asshole's gonna see me in an AoE and then he's gonna pull me out. I'm like, dude, I was gonna dodge that. Now you just pulled me out of melee range, you piece of shit. And I'm gonna get banned because I'm gonna fucking lose it when people keep using rescue on me. I think it's a stupid ability, but anyway.
I can't wait to see the macros for it.
Fuck.
Like, I really I really hope that people make macros for this and they like RP and get into it, and I really want to see those macros. Like unlike Berserk macros, I really want to see these type of macros. I think it's gonna be fucking awesome.
I swear to God, if one freaking melee DPS says, "Oh, it's not my fault I died. I didn't get pulled out of the AoE," I'm pulling him out of every single AoE from that point forward. I'm pulling him out of melee range to fucking Narnia. Is this what you wanted?
Like, can you
want me to pull you out of all the AoEs? Like, what is it used for then? If you're not pulling people out of AoEs, what are you using it for?
Can you just
pulling out
imagine like
people out of
popping
AoEs, that's really
sprint
fucking annoying.
and running to the
There
wrong
might be
side of
some
Sophia, yanking
crazy
someone, and then run
strategies.
back?
Yeah, there might be some crazy strategies you could do with it, but honestly, I think this ability is really stupid.
I think it's awesome. You could just wreck nerds just all day, just the wrecking party. Like Can you imagine like you and your co-healer just fucking like yanking people like back at that would just be really funny. But anyway, yo, so those are the healer actions. Did you have anything else to say?
Nope. But
Okay.
in general, when it comes to role actions, this goes for all roles. But I could see healers kind of. It's not going to be like cross class where everyone equips the same 5, set it and forget it, never change it ever again. It's people are actually going to have to pick and choose depending on the fight conditions, depending on what encounter you're doing and the context. Is this prog? Is this a speedrun? Is this a dungeon? Is it a 8-man? People will actually actively pick and choose depending on what they're doing. So I think that's really cool.
Yeah, like that's like all jokes aside, you can actually be really strategic with that move. Like especially if like just for instance, like let's say a caster doesn't want to move, you can have your healer like maybe they're not doing damage at that particular time, or maybe you're trying to min-max. So at this particular part, you can fit in an extra cast while your healer moves, yanks you to them, and just really little subtle things like that. I think can be.
Yep.
Yeah.
An example would be say in A12. You have DPS is supposed to be at a certain spot for what's it called whatever the debuffs.
Oh yeah, the stasis,
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah. Oh my God, because like you can go in there and there's okay, like me and you trap a lot, so we do a lot of terror. There's always some DPS that he just goes crazy. He didn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's running around in the middle, and you can just be like, fuck you, come here. We're not dying today. Like that's like.
How we have the healer stack on the left and then the DPS and the tank stack on the right? For example, if the black mage is the person who doesn't want to move, it's like, okay, you pull the black mage to his spot and then you move to your spot right before the temporal stasis goes off. So you could probably pull off some slick shit like that, but in the end, I'm worried about this ability.
Well, you can like chain pull.
Really
one healer could pull a DPS, then the other healer could pull the other healer. Oh my God, you'll just get this daisy chain of rescues. Holy shit. Right. That's crazy.
Okay,
so here's the tanks one. Holy fuck!
Right, we'll try to get through this quicker. We spent too much time.
Yeah, I'm getting excited.
We'll rattle them off. And we'll kind of describe. We'll talk about the new shit.
All right. So okay, now the very first roll, boom, Rampart. Fucking Rampart. They gave Rampart to Warriors. They gave Rampart to Warriors. What the fuck, dude? That's insane. Rampart's so good. It's so fucking good. That's just another cooldown that Warriors are just like, yo, dog. Yo, you got that cooldown. I don't have it. So we're going to take it. So that's what they did. That's actually how it went down. It's like Warriors just took that shit. Fucking Rampart. That's just crazy. When I heard that Warriors were going to get Rampart, so basically Warriors now have at 90 seconds, they have a Rampart and they have Raw Intuition. At 2 minutes, they have Thrill of Battle and they have Vengeance. At 3 minutes, they have Holmgang. That is 5 cooldowns that are 3 minutes or less, not including Inner Beast or Equilibrium. Like, that is crazy. That's nuts. This is assuming that Rampart is not changed, because Rampart is traded to 20%. But see, here's the thing. Here's why I think that Rampart is going to remain 20%, because they took away Shadowskin from Dark Knights, or at least that's what they said that's at least what they said on the live letter, that they took away Shadowskin.
Rampart does the exact same.
Yeah, because Rampart and Shadowskin do the exact same thing. So if they took away Shadowskin from Dark Knight to make Rampart cross-classable or new role, then I would assume that it's still 20%. It remains unchanged. If it doesn't remain unchanged, they nerfed Dark Knight and buffed Warrior. Regardless, Warrior is getting a buff because they're getting another cooldown, which is really amazing.
Bitch.
Yeah,
Anyway.
yeah, which is really amazing. But Rampart is awesome. Yeah, I definitely think Rampart is one that you should have. They changed low blow. Low blow, it used to be on Dark Knight, and it used to be a 100 potency. You think I know this? Maybe I should watch my video.
Does some damage.
Yeah, did I make a video on this thinking?
100, you're right. Yep.
Yeah, okay, 100. All right. Okay, yeah, so it used to be a stun, 100 potency stun, and it would every time you parried, there was a chance it would reset the cooldown. So you could just like keep kicking over and over again, low blow, low blow, low blow, low blow. But now they changed it to where it no longer deals damage, and it is purely for a stun, which I like. Actually, I like this, and the reason why is because I don't think that stuns and silences should do damage. And here's my reason. Because they're really annoying in the sense that they do shitty damage anyway. So 50, 100 potency. They do 50, 100 potency, whatever. And you have to constantly spam them. And you get into this rotation, or you get into this mindset to where you don't even think about it, and you hit the button, right? So you hit your stun. And then in dumbass fights like A4, you do this and you're like, oh fuck, I have to stun this, but my stun is down, and it's your fault, but it's also the game's fault for making you spam that ability through like 90% of a raid tier. You know what I mean? So then you start to question yourself, and you start to have like flashbacks and shit of when you used your stun and fucking wiped the group, and you feel bad. So I don't think that stuns or silences should do damage, because I think that you should just use them for the utility. Use them
when they're needed.
Exactly.
Yeah. And this covers interject later on as well. So all tanks have access to stun. All tanks have access to silence. So that's good if necessary. Yeah. If the encounter calls for it.
Yeah, which is really good, because all tanks should have both. I've always thought that was a tank kind of responsibility, just simply because tank rotations are typically a lot easier than DPS rotations, and as a DPS you have one responsibility, and that is to deal damage, and you are trying to deal as much damage as possible. And to try and save your off GCDs in this manner is really fucking annoying, I think.
Especially for the fights that like you don't have to save it. Now you've conditioned yourself to never save it, to just pop it as soon as the cooldown is gone, and now you just wiped your party, right?
Yeah, and like let's take Dark Knight for example. You're conditioned to constantly spam low blow because there's a chance it resets, right?
Yeah.
So
you never know when it's going to proc you.
Yeah, exactly. So if you just let it sit there, you could have missed 2 or 3 procs in the span of like 15 seconds. Well, you just fucked up because you missed like 200, 300, 400 potency worth of damage.
But if you blew it and you don't have your stun when you need it.
Yeah, exactly. So it creates this really awkward, weird, just dumbass situation. So so I'm glad that, and just while we're talking about this, basically interject does the exact same thing. It's just a silence, it's the same principle, as low blow. So I'm glad that they made that change.
Provoke, convalescence, awareness.
Yeah, they're all
changed. We don't really have to talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing provoke, if you 8-man content, you're going to take it. Convalescence, 8-man content, you're probably going to take it. It's a really strong cooldown. But yeah, I don't know.
Yes. The anticipation, apparently we don't have any information on that yet, or at least at least the sources that I checked, no one has any information. I checked a couple Discords before, like as we were talking, I checked a couple Discords. I asked a couple friends. I also checked Reddit, and no one seems to know what this move does. So,
same with this shirk move.
I actually know what shirk does. I actually
what does it
do.
do?
Okay, so I have an idea of what it does. Shirk is kind of like Shadewalker. It is kind of like Shadewalker. And when I say kind of like Shadewalker, I mean so Shadewalker lasts for 20 seconds. And you generate what is it, 90 or 80%? Yeah. Of your threat to the target. So what Shirk does is it does all of that, but in one burst. So for example, when you shirk, now I could be wrong on this. Okay. So before
So you're
people
not
get out
very
their pitchforks and their torches, you were wrong, Xeno, before they fucking say all that shit, I may be wrong on this, but my sources tell me that Shirk is an aggro bomb dump. And basically, the amount of threat that you have generated, you target a player and you dump like a portion of that threat, like a massive portion of that threat to the person. So for example, just for example, we'll say in the opener, both tanks are going to have this because this is not only going to assist you in the opener, this is going to assist you in the tank swapping as well. So, for instance, let's say you do your opener. Right after your opener, the off tank will target the main tank and shirk him. So what that does, let's say that the off tank has generated, 1,000 threat worth, of aggro. It's going to give 800-ish or whatever. It's going to give a massive portion of that generated threat to the tank, to the main tank. And it's going to be all in one shot. It's going to be like an aggro bomb. It's not going to be over the course of like 15 seconds. Now, I could be wrong on this again. You could also misuse this too. But that's what rescue's for. But that's, my sources tell me that's what Shirk does. So it's pretty much like a tank Shadewalker, pretty much. I don't know how long it lasts, what the cooldown is or anything like that. It could last over 5 seconds, could last like 1 second, could just be instant. I have no idea, but that's the gist of what I was told. But Reprisal, yeah, this is fucking awesome. Reprisal is fucking awesome. I think
this is basically all tanks have disable. They have
Yes.
Astro disable.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that tanks having disable is fucking crazy. I think that Reprisal.
See, looking at all of these abilities that tanks can get, now you gotta choose 5. So you want Rampart, you obviously want Provoke,
Yeah.
you want Convalescence, you want Reprisal because you said Reprisal is really good. And what if the boss requires you to stun or silence, and you said you want Shirk, so that's already more than 5. So you have to be really careful what you pick and choose.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, so what I think are mandatory. Here's what I think are mandatory. And this is my opinion right now. This actually could change. This could change when I see the new content, what it has, but as of right now, basing it on this type of content, because that's the only thing you can base it on right now. I would say Provoke is mandatory. Rampart,
yeah.
Rampart is mandatory.
Wait, what if there's no tank swapping? What if it's just one tank holds it for the whole time, and then there's like a ton of shit that you can like a ton of ads or something, or what if it's a boss where one tank has there's 2 bosses, one's on one side, one's on the other side. You might not need Provoke for a fight like that. They could theoretically design a fight where Provoke is not necessary. But then
yes,
if a tank dies, it's
but
over.
yeah. But see, that's the thing. If a tank dies, it's over. So
Okay.
I mean,
Just kind of try to think outside the box here.
I mean, you can take
Rampart,
Provoke,
Provoke, sorry.
but I mean, you cannot take it. But woo, that's playing with fire. That's playing with fire.
What if it's a speed run, man? What if it's a speed run? You don't count on your tank dying because someone dies and start over. So now you don't.
That's true.
Anyway,
you know what? Actually, you know what? You may not even need Provoke and Shirk, because for tank swaps, you're just going to shirk the other tank anyway. So,
I don't think you need Shirk either, to be honest. But
I would actually rather have Shirk than Provoke. Well, okay,
If it does
for
what
two
we think it
tank.
does.
Yeah. So assuming that it does what it does, I would rather have Shirk than Provoke, because Shirk not only helps you in the opener, but it also helps you later in the fight. Whereas Shirk, you can use, like, Shirk is uh, it also helps you periodically throughout the fight as well. Because
because as it stands right now, Dark Knight's damage is very limited to his aggro,
yes,
right? Like, sure, he gets help from the warrior and the ninja, but you know, yeah. Anyway,
yeah. So it's just like I said, we're gonna have to see, but I'm just gonna play safe here. Like, if I was going into new content, I've never done this content before. That's kind of what I'm basing this off of. So I want Provoke. Shit's gonna happen. People are gonna die. I want to be able to get snap aggro. Gotta have Provoke. I want Rampart because it's fucking Rampart. Right. It's one of the best cooldowns in the game. I want Reprisal. Reprisal is amazing. I think Reprisal is better than Convalescence. I think the 10% damage reduction is better than Convalescence. I could be wrong on that. There are times when Convalescence
might depend on
is
fight too,
yeah,
right?
exactly. There's times when Convalescence is going to be better. Like, you Convalescence, you get crit Adlo. That's obviously going to be really, really good.
Yeah,
shit like that.
For example, but I'd rather have Reprisal for things like J kick than, if you have to lose Convalescence to have access to that. I think that's worthwhile.
Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So it's just Provoke, Rampart, Reprisal. Yeah. I would. Now
this is your default choice.
Yeah. These are my default, and then
change.
Yeah. So Provoke, Rampart, Reprisal, and then I would take Shirk. Actually, I would take Shirk, and I would probably take Convalescence. I would take Convalescence. See, I'm one of those people that really, really, really likes awareness. Like, I love awareness.
It's okay. I hate it.
A lot of people do. A lot of people do hate it. Okay, here's another branch or whatever. If I'm on Warrior, I would take awareness over Convalescence because we're on Tuition. But if I'm on Dark Knight or Paladin, I would probably take Convalescence over
What if
awareness.
you never have your back to the boss because you're only fighting one thing?
Well, that doesn't matter because crits override parries. So.
Oh, okay. No, I see.
Yeah. Okay. Because so if you're gonna get crit, raw intuition doesn't do anything.
Yeah. But the bottom line is, it's not like it is now, where your five optimal cross-class abilities are clear as to which ones you should be taking, right?
Yes.
Like we wouldn't be sitting here discussing, should a warrior take Savage Blade or Convalescence? No, we will never discuss that because the fact that each and every one of these abilities are relevant.
They do something,
and potentially, that is awesome.
So, and we don't even know what anticipation does.
It's not an illusion of choice; it is actually choice. Yeah, and we don't even know what anticipation does.
Yeah, maybe anticipation is some crazy. Maybe it's like a enhanced version of Bloodbath, or maybe it's another Equilibrium. Like, I'm not saying it is, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? Here is one that I think is actually pretty useless, and that's Ultimatum. It's an AoE provoke, but I kind of put myself in the situation of, let's say there's a bunch of mobs. I'm going to spam overpower. Why the fuck would I need a provoke? I mean, maybe if the tank dies and you get up and you provoke and then you overpower.
You're going to invest the whole roll action based on the possibility of your co-tank dying that attempt, right?
Yeah, so basically I think this skill is pretty bad actually, because like in AoE situations, you're going to be spamming your threat move. You know what I mean? Like, in AoE situations, like, what warrior isn't going to let's not answer that. A good warrior will spam overpower, or will try to do as many overpowers as possible to try to get the most potency out of that period of time. The same thing for like a paladin with their new move, which we'll go over later. or like Abyssal Drain for Dark Knights, and all of those have threat. So I actually kind of think Ultimatum is kind of bad. I wish that this was a different one. I don't think that the AoE provoke is
that useful.
Yeah, I just realized only 5 yalms anyway.
Yeah.
That's like lower than a decimate.
It's melee range.
Better hope something isn't max decimate range, because you ain't fucking hitting them.
Are we done with tank?
Yeah. So
okay.
So we're done with
DPS is more straightforward, so we're probably not going to spend a ton
Yeah.
of time on DPS. But yeah, we'll take a look definitely to see what options we have.
Okay, so this is melee DPS. Okay, so all right, here we go. Let me make sure this popped up. Okay, yeah. So
we'll try to get through this quickly. We spent a lot of time on healer and tank. But there was a lot.
remember how this was? Remember how this was going to be an hour-and-a-half show?
I told you from the beginning it's not going to be an hour-and-a-half show.
Yeah, I know. I've been
least. But anyway, all right.
Yeah. So we got second wind. Second wind. You know, second wind is second wind.
It heals you for the damage that you took because the healer didn't pull you out of the AoE fast.
Yep, exactly. So
that's why you use second wind. Okay.
So this is like the rescue's rescue. That's what it should be called. Rescue's rescue, or when rescue fails. Arm's length. No one knows, but I'm just based on the name. Maybe it increases the range of your attacks or something. Like maybe if you're melee. Actually, let me put that on here. I should have put that for the other two. Sorry about that. But so maybe arm's length actually. So instead of like 5 yalms, maybe it's like 10. Maybe, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Leg sweep used to be on Dragoon, but like low blow.
Now it's just an all-purpose stun.
Yep, just all-purpose stun. Doesn't deal damage.
So does that mean they will probably take like Steel Peak and like shit like that?
I actually don't think Steel Peak, because Steel Peak is a monk ability. You actually get that as a job. Yeah, but it's a
stun. I mean, now you have two things that do the same thing.
Well,
stun,
stun,
right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
because
I don't know.
If they took Shadow Skin away from Dark Knight, since they all have access to Rampart anyway, I could see them doing the same thing with like stuns for melee classes. For the same reason. Yeah,
that's true.
They are trying to simplify things and reduce abilities. So maybe this is the way that they're doing it.
Okay, so diversion, it's pretty much just quelling.
It's quelling, okay.
Yeah, quelling. I think I spelled that wrong, but I don't care.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much just quelling. So this is amazing. I just want to point out that monks now have quelling. Monks now have quelling.
Who cares? You're shirking anyway.
I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, ideally, you're not going to be pulling in your tank stance, but that's another topic. But it's awesome it's awesome that monks have quelling. That's really good. Because all right, invigorate is invigorate. It's amazing. You're going to use it. Bloodbath. I'm sad that they took that from Warrior. I really liked Bloodbath on Warrior. Yeah, I really liked Bloodbath on Warrior.
Especially in dungeons, man. You're tanking like fucking 12 things, and you're Berserk, Overpower, Decimate, and you're just like keeping yourself up. That's really
I value Bloodbath really high on Warrior, actually.
It's awesome.
When you pair it with Zerk and you have Vengeance, and it heals you for a very surprisingly amount, or a very surprisingly high amount. But yeah, so here's the big one, Goad. Here's the big one. Goad. I guess quelling was a big one too. I was really glad to hear that DPS got quelling, but also Goad. Now all melee have Goad. That is, that's a feels goodman. That's a feels goadman. Can I get away with that? Feels goadman. Okay, sure. So this one is restraint, diversion, or feint. I'm not sure.
So is that a heavy?
I have no idea.
Or sorry, a slow? Is this slow or fuck? We got it's heavy and slow mixed up. It's a slow. It's not a heavy. Or maybe it's both. I don't know. What does feint do anyway?
Feint is the thing that slows the, not like movement speed slow, but attack speed slow. Okay, so we don't know what the fuck this one does. So
Okay. Clutch? What? Which one?
Yeah, clutch. We don't know what the fuck clutch is, but it better be good whatever it is because it's called clutch. Like, this skill better be so good that when you use it, you should be able to say, oh, fuck, dude, that was clutch as fuck. That's what you should be able to say when you use this. Yes, I just said that. You should be able to say that when you use this ability. That's how good it should be. So I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying right now that clutch should be.
So based on that, what do you think it does? Take a stab at it. It's an LB3 when you're the only one alive.
Oh shit!
That is clutch as fuck. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I highly doubt that's what it is. But anyway.
There we go. North. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's an LV3 when you're the only one alive. Confirmed.
You know what? This is probably why we're not in game design, because we come up with stupid ideas like this.
Confirmed. So True North, I actually think this is pretty cool. It's a neat idea. I don't know how good it's going to be. Like, I don't know how many how many times you can actually use this, but I think it's a neat idea. I think it's really cool. You can remove the positional requirements. It might go well with that dumbass paladin ability where you have to get behind the paladin. Let's get behind the tank in front of the boss, you know, whatever. Or I guess, I'll turn around as the tank, but we'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that later. But True North, I think, is a neat idea. Yeah, I think it's a neat idea. So,
I think the amount of damage you'll gain from it, as opposed to just missing your positional, is like still pretty small. I don't know. Could be wrong. But hey, at least you won't miss your trick attacks.
Yep. No reason to miss a trick attack
is
now.
Guaranteed not to miss.
Yep.
Wow. Freaking game changer right there. Alright. Anyway, that's melee. We'll see what
okay,
range
so
and
range
caster has.
range
Oh my
damage
god,
zone.
there's like 2 more? Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
We gotta get through this fast so we can get to the next section.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so ranged. Ranged have second wind. Second wind. A foot graze? I have no fucking clue what a foot graze is.
It's a machinist ability, dude.
Oh, well, I don't play machinist. So
it's a bind. It roots the target.
Okay. All right.
Maybe there's a kiting fight or something. I don't know.
Okay. See, why can't they just call it leg snipe? I know what leg snipe does because it's from tactics. It's a bind.
It's freaking foot graze, okay? Just get over it.
What is
what
is leg graze?
Leg graze is a heavy, I believe. Leg graze is a heavy. Foot graze is a root.
Okay, so is leg graze now? Leg graze, is that a heavy or a slow?
Fuck, it's a heavy. Faint is the slow.
Okay. All right, so we got bind, heavy. Okay. Proton increases self and party members' movement speed. Cannot be. Isn't that just Swift Song?
So you have Swift Song. Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Swift Song.
okay.
I guess that's. I think this is
seems like a
fucking
waste of the
stupid.
cross
Yeah, this
class.
is
I mean,
stupid.
even
Here,
like
I'm gonna
a
put
dungeon,
this
you're
is
trying to
stupid in
run
red
fast.
letters real quick.
Just put stupid. Pros don't use proton.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, so this is stupid. All right, so invigorate, awesome. Tactician.
Say anything about that.
I've seen the animation for this, or I believe I have, but I don't know what it does, and I don't think other people do. I could be wrong on that. Maybe if you guys know what.
Red letters. This is stupid.
Yes.
That's fun.
Yeah. So tactician. I don't know what the fuck it does. I ask around.
All right.
Yeah. Refresh. Same thing.
All right, make your best guess. What does it do?
I'm gonna guess tactician.
It takes whatever person that the healer rescues and puts them back. That's what it does. It puts the black mage back in his ley lines. All right. Now
Okay, so refresh I think gives you mana. I think maybe it's like a mana goad.
Yeah,
So it's like a mode.
That's what it did in 11. So and refresh, like if you look at Shroud, it says additional effect refresh potency 80.
Yeah.
So refresh is basically synonymous with MP regeneration. So I'm guessing that's what it does. Now it might just be a one person. It might be an MP goad
Yeah, yeah. So it's a mode.
mode. God, that's terrible.
That's mode.
You come up with that all by yourself?
Yep.
Sorry,
Yep. I was trying to think of a witty thing to say back, but I couldn't. So, so head graze.
Head graze. I could tell you what all the grazes do. I could tell you all the head graze is silence, I think. And arm graze is stun.
Yeah, stuns target. Yeah, stuns target. So you got, wow. So you have a bind, a slow, or excuse me, a bind, a heavy, a stun, and a silence. Okay. Wow.
Man, what aren't you grazing? You're grazing the foot, the leg, head, and the arm.
Holy
Jeez.
moly. All right. And
They should rename low blow to like nut graze. Anyway.
so Palisade, is that how you say that? Palisade? I'm really bad. Yeah. Okay, I'm really bad at English. Reduces physical damage received by target party member by 20%. That's actually pretty awesome. That's really awesome. I would say that's a mandatory. That's a 10.
That's good for prog too, man. That's amazing for prog. I mean, tank busters, they hurt when
That's
they're under geared.
That's a 10.
So,
yep.
This could be really, really good.
Yeah, I think, yeah, so this is a physical
Dick
APOC.
Graze. Dick Graze to go with your Dick Cheese strat or stat. Anyway.
So this is
yeah. That's really sweet though. The fact that
so that's APOC physical. Yeah. So that's what Palisade is.
Yeah.
APOC physical. Okay, all right. Okay. I think this is mandatory. That's a lot of fucking damage reduction. 20%. That's like a rampart.
Yeah.
That's
physical APOC.
All right, so
casters.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this last one on here. Oh, all right. Well, okay. All right. So Addle, reduces target int and mind by. Okay, so that's virus. Or no. That's
it's reverse virus.
Yeah, reverse virus. Yeah. So.
Reverse poop virus.
Yes.
Not super virus. But
yeah.
Poop virus.
Okay.
It's a reverse poop virus.
Okay, so that's okay. So I mean, that's pretty good.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, that's pretty good.
If the next tier is anything like it is now, there's a lot of magic damage going out.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's better to reduce int and mind than it is better to reduce strength and dex.
Yeah,
so
I think so too.
This is the better half of super virus. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty damn strong, honestly. Okay, let's see. Break.
Break. Unaspected magic damage spell with potency 50. Oh, it applies a heavy. So it's the same thing as
heavy.
Yeah, so it's the same thing as the caster
Light
or
grace.
the healer one.
Sure. Yeah.
Well,
so basically, a lot of classes, anything that's ranged has access to a heavy. So that's kind of cool. So it really, so you can kind of decide which party member. If you need a heavy, if you need one heavy, you can decide which party member is responsible for investing one roll action.
Yeah.
Towards this heavy. So that's kind of cool.
That's gonna suck if you're. Well, I don't know. You may have to take this as a caster, depending on the healing abilities that you take, because the healing abilities were, there were definitely a lot of decisions there. So drain unaspected magic damage with potency 8. Oh, so this is like, this is just.
Caster second wind, basically, that does damage.
I don't know why.
So
I was going to say mana drain. Fuck, dude. I've been watching too much Magic. Oh, my God.
So you can use this to heal yourself from the AoE that you took because your healer was too slow to rescue you.
Yeah, to rescue. Yep, exactly. Okay. Yeah. And plus you get mana back. because after you did this, you cast
It
physic on
costs
yourself.
mana. You got cost MP. It costs MP.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, okay. So it's like, I got you. All right, yeah, yeah. So it's just a straight, heal. So you kind of rescue yourself when the healer fucks up. All right. So diversion, yeah, same as quelling.
Diversion, we talked about.
Yeah, same as
Lucid
quelling.
Dream, we talked about.
Yep, same thing. Swift cast Unchained.
Swift cast.
Mana shift. Oh, this is like wait, transfer. Oh, this is that ability from Black Mage, I believe, or some or no. Sorry. No. Sorry. This is this is
you give it to somebody.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, never mind. This is this is a completely new ability. I'm sorry. I was thinking of convert. That's what I was thinking of, but no, this actually gives.
I can't see summoners taking mana shift, but maybe a Black Mage because summoners really rely on their MP.
Yeah.
I guess it might fuck up Black Mages too. I don't know how useful that ability would be, but if you're really strapped for MP, maybe you can get your caster to take that ability.
Let's ask Ed. Would Ed take this? I don't know. Find out. Apocastasis.
Well, if he doesn't take it, I'm taking rescue and pulling him out of his ley line. Give me your MP, or I'm pulling you out of your ley lines. We found a use for rescue. We found a really good use for rescue. It's to threaten your caster. If he doesn't give you mana shift, you fucking pull him out of his ley lines.
APOC, amazing. Surecast, same as on healer. Erase, I really like this one. Remove dots from target party member.
Oh, I can't see it on the.
I scrolled down. Or did I scroll down?
Okay. Remove dots from
target party member. So remove dots from target party member. I think it'll be really good or really shitty. Really good or really shitty.
Yeah, it really depends.
Yeah, and
why didn't they just make it a freaking Isuna? I guess maybe it dispels dots that can't otherwise be dispelled, but like.
Oh, that's a good. That's a good observation. Apocastasis no longer applies that. Oh my god, that
makes you immune to
next. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So you could just like chain APOCs together or whatever. Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, if you have like multiple casters. That's cool.
That's
cool.
So
I think cast every class has, or every role has more than 5 awesome abilities that you definitely want, but you can only choose 5. And I think that is a really positive thing. I think that is a sign of good game design, is when you have to make choices, actual choices, not the illusion of choice like you currently do with cross-class abilities, where everyone just picks the same 5 fucking same things. This is actually real relevant choices that you have to think about, and I think that's really cool. I think this is really well done. I think the abilities they chose, in general...
The only complete awful one was Swift Song, pretty much. I mean, at least in my opinion.
Rescue, I'm still... No. I still hate it.
At least it does something. Swift Song doesn't do anything.
Swift Song doesn't do anything. Yeah.
That's just dumb.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but overall, I love the fact that... I can't stress that enough, man. Cross-class sucked. But this role action thing is a huge upgrade. It's taking something that's stupid and replacing it with something that's awesome. Yeah. What about you? What are your like?
Yeah, I think.
Thoughts on...
Yeah, I think that the role is awesome. I think that all these just the fact you have choices like you stated is really amazing, and it's going to be situational sometimes, but that'll be okay, I think. So sometimes you'll have to take a silence, or sometimes you'll have to take. But it's kind of cool because it in a small way it gets you to work with your group even more. It's like, okay, well, like for me and like Gran, we're gonna be tanking together. Okay, well, this fight, depending on how we tank this fight, why don't you take the silence because I'll have threat on the boss, or vice versa, or something like that, or it just, I don't know, it basically you have your decision trees are like your decision trees better, like yeah. So I don't know, I think totally. I think it's pretty cool. Okay, let's see. All right, so that's that's it for the roles. For the roles. So now this is the
All right.
so now
This
this
is
is
the
the
next.
yeah. So this is the last portion of the podcast, and that is the Samurai and Red Mage, the new classes, plus the changes to the current classes. So we're gonna go over each class and just briefly like give our opinions
New
and stuff.
abilities.
Yeah, the new
Yeah,
abilities and
all the
stuff,
new shit. Yeah.
and it should be pretty cool. Okay, let's see.
Now, do you want to play the videos for Samurai and Red Mage just to kind of see it, or
I'll just
do we have time for that?
yeah, I'll
We're
just
good for
let
at least these two, right?
yeah, like, let's see here. Hold on. Let me update this.
Sure. All right.
Okay. Okay, so since I could just play the whole thing. Hold on one second. Fuck, I gotta find it again. Oh my god.
What are you looking for?
This right here. That.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, okay.
Yeah. So, okay, so this is so these are the new jobs. Let's see. We'll just go to Samurai first. Or actually Red Mage because it's like first.
You know,
Yeah.
full screen that shit.
Yeah,
Full
yeah,
screen
yeah.
that shit. I need to rest my phone arm. So
Oh shit. Okay, well. All right. Well,
YouTube's being a piece of shit. Oh, here we go. Yo, click the link on that Google Docs. I put it there. The timestamps.
yeah.
All right, Red Mage. So we're doing Red Mage first.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at Red Mage's abilities. Let's take a look here. So, I'm gonna go through Red Mage, and I'm gonna talk about what we notice about Red Mage, and Zeno's gonna talk about what we notice about Samurai. Won't get too far in depth because there's only so much we know. Now, some of the information we know is from the video itself. Just from the animations and the new UI element, you can kind of figure things out for that. But some of the information was actually people just read them off the tooltips and translated them. So some of the tooltips were actually we kind of got a sneak peek of exactly what some of these abilities do, potency values, stuff like that. So you kind of have a good idea of how the class works.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't play every class, so we didn't get to look at every class's tooltips. But
Yeah, they did. Oh, right.
yeah, I just mean an actual game.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. How's the Red Mage video going? Is it not playing? Oh, okay.
No, I just paused it while you were talking.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. Just keep playing it. So basically, Red Mage, for those who don't know, like Final Fantasy lore, like Red Mage is one of the original classes from the original Final Fantasy. And what Red Mage is it's a hybrid of white and black magic. So Red Mages have access to white and black magic. When it comes to Final Fantasy 14, it is a DPS class, so it takes the damage elements of white mage and but obviously damage elements of black mage, and kind of combine them. So, and in addition to that, they're also a melee attacker. So, how it works? So, remember that the UI, the Red Mage UI thingy that shows the resources. It had two different gauges. One is white and one is blue. I don't know what's blue, but it's actually supposed to be black. But whatever. That's your black mana and white mana. I don't know if it's actually called mana, but for lack of a better term, let's just call it mana. So the objective when you play red mage is you have your white mage skills, or sorry, your white magic skills. So they're called Val Arrow and Val Stone. So how red mage works is you cast your white magic damage spells to increase your white bar, and you cast your black magic spells to increase your black bar. And as you do that, you build up the bar, and the bar is consumed by using melee attacks, and it makes your melee attacks stronger. So the way red mage is going to play is you're going to go cast a spell, cast a spell, cast a spell, build your meters, expend your meters by using melee attacks. So that in a nutshell is how red mage is going to play as a DPS class. If you want to go further into detail, red mage has 2 tiers. It's almost like a combo, but it works kind of like how machinist works, where you cast the first thing, and if it and then you have a chance to proc, and if it procs, it leads into the second part of your combo. So, for example, Val Thunder is your tier 1 black magic ability, and it does damage, and it builds your black mana. And then if it procs, which is a 50% proc rate, you can go into Val Fire, which is better DPS and better black mana generation. And same thing with white mana. It's basically mirrored, where Val Arrow has a chance to proc Val Stone. So you basically, cast Val Arrow until Stone is available, and then you cast that. There's also an ability that guarantees your next proc, just like ammo would for a machinist. So you have if you have ammo for a machinist, you hit split shot. Now your slug shot is procced, right? So essentially the same thing. So there's that. So that's really cool. Now a couple of other cool things that red mage has. Red mage is actually a really mobile class. You have an ability called it's called what was it called? I think it's called Cora Core. One thing that I think is really cool with red mage is like a lot of the melee abilities are named after fencing terms. I used to be really into fencing, so like these terms are kind of familiar to me, but they really did their homework. But Cora Core is basically when you make contact with your opponent. So that's your gap closer. So essentially, you're casting spells at range. You built up your mana, and you now have empowered melee attacks. You use your gap closer to get into range, and now you use your melee attacks. And then after you use your gap closer, you basically have a disengage that puts you back at range, like a repelling shot for red mage. So it's like a repelling shot, and that's called déplacement, or if you want to anglicize that, it's displacement is probably what people are going to call it. But yeah, basically it launches you backwards. Do you have to be out of melee range to cast spells? Probably not. You can cast them in melee range, but hey, it's an off GCD that does 130 potency, so you're probably going to still want to use that. So once you're done doing your melee shit, you probably just pop that basically repelling shot out of range and then continue casting your spells. So you kind of have a nice flow going. Casting black and white magic, build up your bar, get in there, do some melee attacks, get back out, and then rinse, repeat.
It's probably going to be really fun to play, actually.
It's probably going to be really fun
because you're constantly fucking moving. Yeah.
You're constantly moving, yeah. And you can be really clever with your mobility attacks to, dodge things and, maintain your GCDs and stuff. Yeah. Anything you want to add so far?
I mean, I just think it's going to be really fun. I actually might try it. I'm not really a caster, but since you're like constantly moving so much, and
I really like super active classes.
Yeah.
That's why I like monk so much, It's just you're constantly hitting.
Yeah, before they spoiled this, I kind of went in with the mindset that they're just going to sit there and cast the entire time, but just, based on based on the
Hmm.
video and all that shit, you're moving a lot. And it's really cool, I think, that you go in melee and then you get out. I just hope there isn't a situation where like some type of A10 mechanic stack and you're forced to lose damage or something. I think that would be really lame. So I hope when they're designing mechanics they try to keep this in mind a little bit.
Hmm. Yeah. But it's really cool managing two different resources that basically go into your melee attacks. Like there's an ability, it's an AOE called Moulinet, which basically becomes a stronger ability when you have mana. So you want to use this you want to use this ability as much as you can, but you only want to use it when it's empowered, right? Now here's a really cool thing, because one of the recurring themes when it comes to DPS meta, especially in this tier, is if you're able to buff your teammates' DPS, like for example, full rec on bards, hypercharge on machinist, disembowel on dragoon, that makes you really valuable to your team. And red mage has a really cool ability that it's their damage steroid increases their magic damage dealt by 20%. So it's a damage steroid, and that um, slowly deteriorates by 4% every 4 seconds. So basically, you want to use this when you're starting your magic portion, your magic damage portion of your rotation, because you go magic, 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 physical, 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 magic, magic, magic. You want to do this during the magical part. But an additional effect is when you use this ability, it increases your party members' physical damage. So I think this is really interesting. So your tanks are going to do more damage, your melee is going to do more damage, and your machinist or bard is going to do more damage while you're using this damage steroid. So this is how red mages contribute to their team DPS. So yeah, overall, without getting too far into detail, I don't want to read all these tooltips out to you guys, but like red mage, really really mobile, really active class, and it does provide a party DPS benefit. And God knows who else, what else, because there are a lot of abilities on the hotbar that we haven't seen the tooltips for. So there are a lot of cool things there too as well. But
Give me
yeah.
1 second. I'm actually just going to use this window here. Um, okay, let's see. All right, let me see if this works. Yeah, instead of just copying and pasting this, I'm just going to try and see if this works. There we go. Let me see if that's readable. Yeah, okay, all right, that seems readable. Okay, all right, good.
Sure, yeah. But that's pretty much red mage in a nutshell right there. So I think it'll be really cool, and it's anyone's guess as to whether or not it'll be strong enough for meta and stuff. It really depends on the numbers and how that stuff lines up and potency values. But yeah, it seems fun to play, and it seems different enough from the other caster classes that playing black mage and summoner and red mage will still give you really different and unique experience. So yeah.
It's the
All right.
first caster that I've been super interested in, actually.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little
Yeah.
disappointed. Like personally, I thought red mage should have been a healer class, but it's kind of a moot point now because they're committed. But I always thought, because the thing is, like red mage has always been a hybrid, right? Like white magic, restorative spells, and then you have destructive black magic spells. But they chose to make red mage a DPS class, and the extent of white magic that red mage uses is freaking the exact same, essentially the exact same spells as the black mage. It's just called different names. But anyway,
So you think it could have been
that's
better if
yeah.
if the white magic would have been healing and maybe the black magic would have been like some type of debuff or some type of I don't know.
Yeah, but that wouldn't work either because what DPS class wants to spend GCDs on healing, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
paladins don't even want to cast clemency. You think a
Or no.
DPS
I'm
class wants
just
to?
no. I was saying like, what if a red mage was a healer instead of a damage
Oh
dealer?
yeah,
So then
yeah,
that
because healers
way,
are already healing
yeah,
damage hybrids. We're already hybrids, so it already fits exactly what red mage is supposed to be. So it kind of boggles my mind that they decided to make a DPS class, but it is what it is. But I think this class will be really enjoyable. Yeah, yeah. You want to tell us about samurai?
okay, yeah. So, um, let's see. All right, so okay, so for you know what, I actually have a better I have a better post. Apologies, I have a better post than this. I'd like to get it, but let me see. I have so many tabs open. Okay, here we go. Here
I
we go.
have
Here
it.
we go. Yeah, I got it right here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. So basically, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. All right. So basically, it breaks down like this. Um, I'm sorry. So samurais, they have three different combos. They have like we were talking about earlier. Samurais, they have a maim like combo. They have a grease lightning like combo, and then they have a slashing debuff. So how this works is their one is Hikaze. That's their one, and it's just basically the starter weapon skill or whatever. And then their two is Yukikaze, and this is the slashing. So this applies slashing, and it also it grants 10 Kinky, and it also grants you a Sin of Snow. So if you look on the samurai, if you look on the samurai UI, it'll grant you one of those circles, and it'll grant you 10 of the Kinkai. So depending on if you have a warrior or not, like without getting too like in depth, I guess, and trying to min max, whatever. But I think if you don't have a warrior, or if you're the one in charge of putting up slashing, yeah, I'm sorry about my Japanese, by the way. I'm sorry. I'm just not even gonna try to pronounce these. I'm just not even gonna embarrass myself anymore. But so depending on if you have another slashing debuff, I would say you're gonna put slashing up first. So if you have a warrior, then you're not going to. But if you don't have a warrior or a ninja, you're probably going to use 1-2, which will be the slashing. And then the combo ends after 1-2. So this 1-2, the slashing combo, there's only two abilities. The next one is your damage ability. It's your 10%. It acts kind of like MAME almost. And so you'll go 1 and then this combo. And you'll put up 10% damage. And then this one goes into Gecko. I think it's Gecko. And this is the Moonlight. So you're gonna get another one of those orbs. So basically, you're gonna get an orb from the slashing, and you're gonna get an orb from this third tier. Now, the third tier, this is a third tier weapon skill, and it's gonna grant the moon. So it's going to grant the Sin of the Moon, which is going to be another one of those orbs. And it also, this is a rear though. So this is a rear positional. And it grants you 10 Kinkai. So basically you're going to go 1 and then 2 and then 3. And then the other one is your Grease Lightning. And it basically acts exactly the same as the other two. You're going to get, on the third tier, you're going to get another rune or whatever, another sen, and you're going to get Kinkai. And from what I understand, you gain like 5. So like there, I think I saw in the video. Hold on, I'll just play the video too. Let's just play the video real quick. One sec.
Yeah, sure.
Let me pull up the video.
So basically, your 3 combos, you have to do all 3 of them to build up your.
Yeah.
To
So
your
slashing. Yeah. So slashing is.
Depends. Yeah.
Yeah. So ideally, you want to put the damage first. I would imagine. Well, or I don't know. Maybe the skill speed. I don't know. Maybe the skill speed. I don't. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let me find Samurai.
What, are you looking for Samurai?
Yeah.
9 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, so basically like, that's your one. That's what I believe is
Yeah, that's cool.
yeah.
So pay attention to when the orbs light up after he does his combo. If they light up. Oh, there you go. Hey, he did a combo. Hey, he did another combo.
Yeah, you can also expend. You don't have to save up for all 3 either. There's an ability that only uses 2, and then there's an ability that uses 3. So it's kind of like, I don't know. It's almost like a stack system kind of. So Samurai
so
has.
if you only want 2 and you don't need to put up slashing, you can skip a slashing combo every other 3 combos, right? Is that how it works?
So it's like, yeah. So like basically, it has like the potencies and stuff. Let me pull this back up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So basically, the abilities that use your Kenkai, like this one, or I'm sorry, not your Kenkai, but your sins or whatever. Yeah. So you have like two different basically resources. You have your sin resource and then your Kai resource or whatever. And there's ability that uses two sins, and then there's ability that uses 3. So like you basically, as you're doing your rotation, like for instance, this one here, this oh my god, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this. Setsugeka. Okay, when you do Setsugeka, you get that consumes all 3. And then here's one, Goken. This consumes 2. So you have options, like you have like different options. And then in addition to the sins, so like as you're going through your rotation and you're doing your combos, you're putting up your buffs, you're putting on the debuff. You're building up your Sen, and you're also building up your Kenkai. So you're building up 2 different resource piles, and you expend those resources to do different attacks. So like you have 1, 2, 3 so far. So you have like 3 abilities that use Kinkai, yeah, and Kinki, and then you have 2 abilities that use Sen, 4 right now. And then Samurai have this. I'm going to compare it to Perfect Balance because that's what it kind of reminds me of. What it does is it removes, it basically makes it to where you can use your abilities uncomboed. So you can go straight to slashing and then 2 in both of the third tiers, and you can get all your sins.
So you open with that.
Yeah, so ideally you could
open with that.
Yeah, so ideally you could. And then that way you would get all your sins. But the thing is, though, is like it lasts.
Three GCDs.
Yeah, it lasts like 3 GCDs. So,
Man, that's awesome. Why don't warriors have that? Can you imagine your first 3 GCDs are freaking Eye, Butcher's Block, Storm Path, and then you just keep going after that? Anyway.
Oh my god. But Yeah, so basically they have a perfect balance. Now I don't know if you'd use this into opener because I think the openers are going to be delayed because everyone is going to be building stacks. That kind of seems to be the theme of Stormblood is stack building or resource building.
Well, why wouldn't you use that as an opener? Yeah, I mean, you put up your slashing and you put up your 2 buffs like ASAP, like within your first 3 GCDs.
Or well, I guess you could actually. Yeah. I guess you could. I'm sorry. I was thinking about putting
I'm
up
sure
getting your
people who
sins.
are smarter than us will eventually
Yeah, like
figure out optimal openers and rotations. So.
I just assumed you would want to get your sins, your sins first, but actually you would probably you put up your buffs. You would put up your buffs. Yeah, for sure. You could actually get slashing off on the first GCD too. So you probably would open with this actually because you could get slashing up before anyone else. Although I guess if you have a warrior, you only have to wait like 1 GCD, so maybe it would be better to get up your damage your damage first. So I don't know. There's a lot of like, it just really depends on the comp, I think, because like I said, like if depending on the comp, you won't even use slashing until your third sin or whatever, you know. So, and like depending on your rotation, you might not even want the third sin. You may just use the 2 and then burn this Goken ability. Like, and the potencies, like Goken is a 400 or sorry, no, I'm wrong. Oh man, that's not the I thought I had the potencies on this one, but I guess I don't.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Here it is. Yeah. So Goken. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry. Goken, this delivers an attack potency with 360. So that was the slash move that you saw. That was what Goken was. Apparently it has diminishing returns on enemies, which is kind of lame. I don't know why they did that, but I mean, well, I guess it is a 360 or 360 AOE. I guess that's kind of crazy. But then this move is banana sandwich. It's a 720 potency attack.
Christ.
So it's a 720 potency attack. So that's pretty crazy. So I guess if you do that under electric attack and potion and fucking all your other shit, and you have a monk in the party that raises your physical damage, and that's probably gonna hit really hard, man. Yeah, so
from the looks of it, like I know they haven't spoiled all the abilities, but Samurai seems really straightforward. Doesn't
it seems. I mean, it's pretty much you just rotate your 3 combos, and as you're as you're rotating the 3 combos,
you pop your sends.
You just pop your sends and you pop your
you blow your sends,
your keys. And I think the min max will come in probably based on like what's how many sins you have at a particular time in the fight, I guess. But I guess that's later. You know, I said I don't really want to get like too much into the min max or whatever. But basically the bottom line of the job is as you're rotating these three abilities, which one puts slashing, one gives you a 10% damage, and one gives you 10% attack speed. As you're building these, you're building 2 different resources, which is key and your sins, and from those you do different. Your sin is a resource, and your key is a resource. So basically, you're building 2 different resources and just expending those. It seems pretty straightforward to me, though.
Cool.
But
see, now, you know how we talked about Red Mage, how they had like a raid-wide buff.
Yeah.
So far, we haven't seen anything from Samurai that resembles a raid-wide buff, and it's
Yeah.
possible that maybe we just haven't seen it yet. And it probably maybe one does exist, because I don't think they'd make the same mistake and just not give Samurai any type of party utility. But we just haven't seen it yet, or you know, maybe I'm wrong,
it's definitely it's definitely possible we haven't
yeah.
seen it because they
Maybe
haven't
they're the
spoiled
new monk,
everything. So
and they don't really,
yeah, like that'll really suck if Samurai doesn't have any raid damaging abilities whatsoever. But then again, who knows? Maybe their damage is so crazy high, because if you look at some of these potencies, like 400 potency, 720, you know,
Yeah.
it's some of this shit is just crazy.
Mhm. Yeah.
So yeah.
I wonder if they fixed Monk by giving it raid utility, and then they went and took Samurai and put it in the shithole that Monk used to be in. I hope they do that,
Hopefully
because Samurai
not.
seems really cool.
Hopefully they have some type of raid thing. But yeah. So that was, I don't know. I found Samurai really really interesting. I'm definitely gonna level it. I'm definitely gonna try it.
Cool.
So those are the two new jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're
So
gonna talk about the changes to the existing jobs too.
yeah. So for the so let's just start from the top. Paladin.
Sure. Yeah.
I am really, really, really excited about Paladin. I am really, really excited about Paladin. Paladins get an AoE at level 46. And, ironically, Paladins will have more AoE than Dark Knight will at sub level 50. And that's really funny to me. That's very funny to me because the only thing Dark Knight has at sub 50 is Unleash, which is 100 potency. And this is 110. And I don't know why I think that's so funny. But
it's like a Bonnie Tyler reference.
Every time I read this, I think to myself, total eclipse of the heart. I don't know why.
Yeah,
every time I fucking read it, I'm just like, yeah.
What do you think the animation's like? Does the Paladin like?
Oh, that's the. Yeah. So let's see.
Sorry, bad joke.
We can watch this as well.
No, let's not go through every video.
Okay. That's fine.
3 hours into.
Oh my god, dude! It's supposed to be an hour and a half show. Fuck, dude.
So how did, dude? I told you that's not.
I know it never is. It never
Anyway.
is, dude. You know I've had to pee for the last 2 hours. I'm not even kidding. Like
So how does all of this change Paladin? Let's just look at the big picture for all the classes. I don't think we should go through every single thing.
Yeah.
How
So
does this change Paladin? What has changed here?
basically they're doing a lot more fucking damage because so just to go over it briefly, total eclipse of the heart is an AoE that they desperately needed an AoE, so now their AoE is good. Holy Spirit is their nuke, that's their quote unquote fell cleave. Requisite is very interesting damaging effect. It's a cooldown
Requiescat.
or
Requiescat. It's Latin. For all you uncultured swines out there, like a Requiescat in Pake. Rest in peace or rip. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, so
I'm just correcting your Latin,
yeah,
everyone is correcting your Japanese.
So Requiescat, or rest in peace. This is a very interesting move. You do this move, and its potency is quite high. It's 350, and then if you have over 80% mana, it gives you a buff that increases your damage dealt and healing done by 20%. This healing done might as well not even be on here because if you cast this buff and you have if you cast this ability and you have this buff and you're healing, you're a fucking idiot. But but it lasts for 12 seconds, so you can get because the cast time on Holy Spirit, your nuke is 2. You can get 6 cast off. So you basically go rest in peace into Holy Spirit.
So it says a 60-second cooldown. It lasts 12 seconds, and you want to use it when your MP is high. So basically, there's some degree of MP management now when it comes to Paladin.
Yeah. So basically, you're going to use rest in peace, and you're going to spam Holy Spirit until you're out of mana, and then you're going to. They also moved Riot Blade, I believe, on the Royal Authority combo. So you're no longer doing Fast Blade, Savage Blade, Royal Authority. From what I saw in the video, you're doing Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority, which is
nice.
Yeah, which is something I suggested. So I'm glad they made that change. But yeah, so basically after you cast Rest in Peace, you spam Holy Spirit, and then you just build your man up. You just build your man up. And then one huge change about Paladin is they can block magic attacks now. They can now block magic.
That's huge.
That is
massive.
Fucking huge. That might be so huge, in fact, that it pushes Dark Knight out of the meta. Maybe.
Like that's one of the biggest weaknesses of Paladins is the fact that They're not great. They're not good at mitigating magic damage in a game where the biggest tank busters are magic damage. Like Paladin's just not in a good spot, but this changes everything.
Yeah, this
Physical
is
magic doesn't matter. Paladin can mitigate it all.
yeah, Paladin is the fact that they can block magic is crazy. It is fucking crazy. Um so that's really good. Um Total Eclipse is awesome. Holy Spirit is awesome. Rest in Peace is awesome. Blocking magic is awesome. Clemency, they reduce the cast. It's I don't use Clemency, so I don't really care if they did it or not. Sheltron, Sheltron now uses the gauge. This is
Hey
important.
man, yo, this MP cost through Clemency is gonna make our 8 tank clears a lot
Yeah.
more.
Yeah,
lot smoother.
that's true. They buffed
Yeah.
buffed the 8 tank stuff. They buffed the 8 tank
Right?
content.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like the big picture, Paladin changed. They can they deal a lot more damage.
They
have
mitigate a
AoE
lot more
options.
damage.
There's some degree of MP management because Holy Spirit costs a lot of MP. You don't want to use that before you use Requiescat because Requiescat is the damage is based on your MP, your current MP. So you want to separate those two, right? So that's kind of interesting because there's some degree of MP management.
Yeah, so basically after you use Rest in Peace, you have to spend the next minute building your mana. And you should really only Holy Spirit when you're about to mana cap, or if your MP is over 80% before your next Rest in Peace. There is one move I do want to talk about, though, and that's Passage of Arms. Passage of Arms. A lot of people like this ability. I do not like this ability. It creates a damage reducing shield in a cone behind you. While active, your block rate becomes 100%, and party members inside the AoE take 15% less damage. Effects ends on movement and action. You cannot auto attack while active. So basically, what this means is you can't do damage, and whenever you cannot do damage, I don't like not being able to do damage. I'm not saying that this ability is useless. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, you have to choose when you use it.
Yes.
So like you use it when you can't deal damage anyway, like before a boss.
I think that this is going to be better used as a cooldown on yourself because of the block than a cooldown for your party.
So it's like an extra. What's it called?
Sheltron.
Sheltron. Yeah. At the same time, it has that extra utility where it's just like, let's just suppose it's got a 2-minute cooldown. All right. So
Like
the first you use it as a cooldown for yourself. And then maybe at some point it's like a J kick type ability where you want to use it and protect your teammates. And then when he stops doing that, 2 minutes later, maybe it's a cooldown again, right?
Yeah.
I don't
Like,
know.
see, a lot of people,
It's
a
good,
lot,
but it's
a lot of people say that it's good for downtime, but I disagree. I don't think it's good for downtime, and I know that sounds kind of crazy, but let's think about it this way: if you're an A12, right, and you don't have this ability, does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. If you're in any type of situation where the boss is about to do his ultimate, will it matter? No, it won't. You know why it won't matter? Because you have Spread Adlo, you have Collective Unconscious, you have fucking
Sacred Soul.
yeah, Sacred Soil, you have Veil, you have a bunch of shit. All this is just like, if I would much rather use this as a cooldown on myself than a cooldown fucking during a boss's ultimate. Like a boss's ultimate is actually the least damaging fucking part of a fight. You have all day to prepare for it. Now I'm not discrediting the fact that this may save people with weakness, but again, it's not like they're not gonna make an encounter where you have to have this. Is what I'm trying to say. This will never be needed. That's what I'm trying to say. It will never be needed. It will always be over the top, basically. That's why I think that, or at least in my opinion, a lot of people disagree with me. But I'm also the person that isn't the biggest fan of Divine Veil, actually, and a lot of people disagree with me on that too.
I do.
Yeah. A lot of people do.
You know, the thing is, like, it all depends on how the fight works. It all depends on how the fight works, because what if there's just a ton of AoE damage coming out and you have to use this way? Or what if there's just a ton of single target tank damage coming out and you have to use it? You know, it's the thing is, it could be used for either. And if that remains the case, this is a really strong cooldown. And also, if you think about it, what about moves like J-kick? Those are really dangerous back in the day. And like, you know, like J-kick and A8 and stuff like the intermission. If you have an ability like this, that is really helpful for that too. So you gotta think about that too. So it all depends on the context of the
Yeah,
encounter.
like for this, I think
I think it's a lot better than you give credit for.
I really like using it as a 2-minute block the next attack, or
Yeah.
block the
Fair
next
enough.
attack for 18 seconds. I love that. I love that effect.
Yeah.
I do not like, basically, my issue with it is, I look at this as a shitty Sheltron, and I know that's kind of weird, but I just think in optimal situations, not being able to attack is very, very bad. But then again, I'm a DPS oriented player, so if something causes me not to do damage, it better be really fucking important. You better have to have it. Like, that's just my mentality, though. I try to squeeze every ounce of damage out that I can, and moves like this, I think, they talked about this. They talked more about what this move looked like than the actual move. I think that I think this move could be better, but anyway, I could be wrong in 4.0. I think this is going to be unneeded, and I think it's going to be more used as a self tank cooldown than a party tank cooldown. But who knows? For all I know, you could just be taking massive just AOE damage after AOE damage, and you really need this ability. That might happen. I mean, I don't know, but just based on, you know, this raid tier, last raid tier, you know, the previous raid tiers, this move doesn't seem very impressive to me.
I'm telling you. J-kick.
Okay, with the exception of J-kick. But see, that's the thing, though. See, your first issue is you got a fucking paladin in there and not a Dark Knight with reprisal. But
Right. Oh, well, okay. Yeah,
no, I know what
saying
you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Putting this ability into context of current encounters.
J-kick hit really hard. J-kick hit if there are moves that hit as hard as J-kick in the in 4.0, I will love this ability. I will love this ability. Yeah, right. I will.
Let's move on. We can't do this for all 13 classes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're gonna skip Warrior for right now. We're gonna skip Warrior.
You want to put Warrior last? Okay.
Yeah. Because Okay. So for Monk, So for Monk, they do have a raid-wide physical damage up. They did not go into too much great detail about it, but they do have a quote unquote trick attack / hypercharge / something. They do have that, but they didn't really go into much detail about it. So they have like different stances now. So I guess the fists have now they have changed now. So the Fist of Fire, it apparently increases your GCD by 15%. So it actually like nerfs your attack speed, but it gives you a huge damage boost. So it gives you like a huge fucking damage boost, which is really, really, really cool, I think. And then this one, the Fist of Earth, which I think is cool. You get a buff if you take damage. Actually, you get a buff if you take damage, and then it also refreshes your Grease Lightning timer. So I think this might could
allow you to keep Grease in situations where you otherwise can't.
Yeah. So I guess they're technically not stances. They're more along lines of buffs now. But yeah, I think they're really cool, especially the refresh Grease Lightning, because this might call me fucking crazy, but this might actually allow you to tornado kick in your opener. I mean, maybe. I'm just saying, man. You might be able to tornado kick in the opener. Who knows? You know, because in the trailer,
get real creative with that ability.
Yeah, in the trailer, he tornado kicked and then he put on his fucking stacks again. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe
What
they
a
do
scrub.
weird stuff in trailer, like the warrior shoulder tackled in and did overpower on one enemy. So who knows? Maybe they did an awful. Maybe they made an awful decision. You know, who knows?
Right. All right.
But anyway, so and shoulder tackle effect is probably tied to fist stance now. In the demo, the icon changed upon using the secret earth. So they did something with shoulder
cool.
tackle, yeah, but we're not exactly quite sure yet. So moving on to Dragoon, they changed the Geyer Skogul. They changed the Geyer Skogul, so now it's not on like a 10-second cooldown, and it doesn't reduce your Blood of the Dragon. It's just straight on a 35-second cooldown. But this also goes into like the red Geyer Skogul too. So I'm thinking maybe that if you go to the red, maybe this cooldown, maybe the cooldown like changes, you know, kind of like the Fell Cleaves with Infuriate, but you know, we'll get to that in a second. So maybe like something happens with this Geyer Skogul. Yeah. Like, so like maybe you're in like the blue Geyer Skogul, and then when you go into the red, maybe that opens up another move, or maybe that refreshes this or something. I did see them do two different fourth tiers, like back to back. So they didn't see, that's the thing,
like a
man.
5-hit combo.
Yeah, so that's the thing. They didn't play
1, 2, 3, and then a fourth, right? So it's like a 5-hit
yeah,
combo.
they didn't actually play on Dragoon very much. So it's kind of awkward.
Kind of scare sign.
Yeah. They buffed the potency on Dragonfire Dive to 300. And then hopefully Elusive Jump is on a lower cooldown.
That's awesome.
Hopefully,
I love elusive
hopefully.
jumping. It's my favorite ability on Dragoon. It can just best way
Yeah.
to travel. So what is the cooldown right now? Is it 3 or 2?
It's 3 minutes.
Jesus, man, what a fucking dumb
3
game.
minutes.
Anyway, 60
Okay, so Black Mage.
the class that neither of us know anything about.
so Black Mage. Yo, Ed, you in the chat, man?
We need you. Ed, where are you? Just kidding. All right. Well,
So Enochian, it increases damage dealt by 5% and allows use of Fire 4 and Blizzard 4. Requires Astral Fire or Umbral Ice status. When Enochian has been active for 30 seconds, gains status Polygot, and the cooldown is 30 seconds. One thing I did notice is that he manually clicked his Fire and Ice, or I thought he manually clicked his Fire and Ice. So I don't know if he was just clicking the abilities or if he swapped back and forth.
okay.
But apparently when he did that, a lot of people were shouting casual in the chat. So
What, do you not like transpose or something? Anyway,
yeah, and then triple cast. This is I mean this is crazy good. Triple cast is crazy good.
it's especially good when you have to move, but black mages have spells that the cast time is greater than the GCD, right? So this would actually improve their DPS.
Yeah, so when you're casting like Fire
even they don't
Force,
have
for
to move.
example. So especially like when you're trying to get like if there's a trick attack or some type of damage buff window, you're going to try to line this up with that so you get as many damaging spells in there as you can.
And at the same time, you also want to save it for when you have to move, right? So you can,
Yes, yeah.
you can triple swift cast your way to your destination.
And then so Thunder 4.
Just another thunder.
This is another
Just the
AoE
next
actually.
thunder.
It's an AoE actually.
Oh, it is an AoE. Holy shit,
Yeah,
I didn't
so-
even notice.
Yeah, so it deals lightning aspected magic AoE damage around target with a potency of 50, and then applies the dot for 30. So it's an AoE dot, which I think is pretty cool. There's
It's like Arrow 3.
Yeah, so there's only like one or two other AoE dots.
Well, it's cool. Well, I wonder because like if you hit 4 targets with it, does that mean you're 4 times as likely to proc a thundercloud? Is that how it works? I don't know.
I think so.
If you hit 8 targets with it, you're gonna get Thundercloud procs up the ass, or I'm not
Yeah,
sure how it
I'm
works.
actually
On the
not
Black
sure
Mage.
if the ads can get Thundercloud procs. I'm not sure. I don't know if they
Well,
said that
it
actually.
says so on the tooltip apparently, but
Yeah,
we'll have
same
to
as
it,
existing.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
Yeah, well, we'd have to see. Yeah, that's cool. And you see, there's one ability that, like, when you have your polyglot, there's one ability here that looks like an AOE ability that functions kind of like flare. It's like a stronger flare. But I wonder if there's a single target option for polyglot, like to like when you have that, because it seems like that has the new big element when it comes to Black Mage.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
So I wonder if there's just an ability that has not been revealed yet that uses polyglot, but it's single target. Because the one that you show here, foul, is just an AOE ability.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's
I
another
wonder.
thing. That's another thing is all of these things that we're talking about now. Uh, yeah, you got to keep an open mind because they haven't revealed all the abilities yet.
Yeah. So
But
a lot of stuff we're talking about, we're kind of guessing on, and a lot of stuff is like, this is not definitely not all of it. All right. So moving on. There's a whole bunch of classes that we did not get to see any tooltips
yeah,
for. So
that's unfortunate. We did not get to see shit for Dark Knight, which is
yeah,
really
aside
unfortunate.
from what you can, the information, the very limited information you can gather from just watching the clips. One thing that was helpful for a lot of the classes was the those UI elements that we looked at before, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The job specific UI things. So why don't I talk about the healers? You want me to talk about the healers?
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Did they
So
have? Yeah, they didn't post.
no, they only posted what they were able to see.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
there
Yeah.
wasn't a ton of information.
Yeah, see, because they
Now I
didn't
noticed,
really
okay,
say anything for the. Do you want to go to the video for the Astro thing?
um, I'd rather not go for all the videos. We're
Okay,
a
yeah,
little
okay,
over our
okay,
time
yeah, yeah,
budget,
that's cool.
so that's just going to add to it. But
Yeah,
for the most part, okay. So for what I've noticed from Scholar, you have your ether flow stacks, but you notice that you now have that fairy bar, and it looks like it's another resource for the fairy to use. So it's something that the fairy uses, and in the video itself, the fairy tethers to a friendly target, and that tether presumably heals the target or gives some sort of beneficial effect to the target while it's channeling that tether. And then as it's channeling, the fairy's gauge slowly it's consumed. You know, it goes from 100 to 90 to 80, etc., etc. So I'm not sure if how many different fairy abilities consume that, and if there are any other ways to expend that meter. And I'm not sure what happens when that meter hits zero. But yeah, that's interesting that the fairy, it looks like fairy control, pet control is going to be more robust. There's an extra thing to manage. And besides that, it looks like they have a new broil, a new dot, a new thing that you can use ether flow stacks on. I'm not sure exactly what it does. But yeah.
did you yeah one thing
Mhm.
that fairy yeah, it looked like it looked like it was tethering a region or some type of
That
yeah,
must, yeah, that's why I was assuming what it was too. Yeah.
because like I think the MP, the bar or the MP or whatever, um
Hmm.
yeah, I think that had to have been what the resources draining or whatever.
Yep. Yep. All right. So next up was Astro. I thought Astro. This is actually the most interesting. Well, obviously because it's my main job, right? But I thought it was really cool. Um, so when you look at Astro, you look at we talked about this briefly in the first section, but there were like four different with the UI element. So you have the card that that you drew. You have the card that you're holding. You have the Royal Road, and then you have this new thing. So what I think it is, what we think it is, and well, I think it's pretty clear from the video actually. But as it stands, Astro, you have to be able to discard your card because when you draw a card, you don't want it, you don't want to use it, you don't want to Royal Road it because it's worse than your current Royal Road. What do? You discard it. Now, how do you discard it? You right click. You have to either click off the buff by clicking it from your buff bar, or you have to most of the best, the good Astros use a macro like a status off, status off bull, for instance. So you click that and then it you hit that and then basically it discards your card. Now that's really unintuitive if you think about it. Like, it's really poor game design when players have to jump through these hoops just to discard a card, and this is something that's kind of essential to playing the job optimally. So what they did was they added a discard mechanic where it doesn't actually discard your current card, it just turns it into something. So basically, the terms that are going on around right now is lady and lord. So if you have time, check out the video. You notice that he draws a bull, and then he turns it into a different card, and it turned into we're going to call it lady, but it's symbolized by these wings. Is this white wings, and he casted it on an allied, on one of the party on his party member, and I'm not 100% sure what it does. We don't think it's a heal because it didn't make the sound that a healing spell generally makes. I'm not sure what it does, but it's some sort of beneficial effect on a party member. As for Lord, it looks like it's a damage spell. So maybe an off GCD nuke. So if you don't like your card and you turned it into a Lord, you just use it to nuke the boss. I mean, it's better than just discarding it and getting nothing out of it. But yeah, for all we know, it could be a buff and a debuff. Maybe it is a heal that doesn't sound or look like a heal, and maybe it's a nuke. It's anyone's guess, but at the end of the day, we know there's a way to discard and still get value of the card that you're trying to throw away. So
I think the discard mechanic is really awesome.
Really awesome.
I think it's really awesome.
Also, it gets rid of the clunkiness of the /status off macros, or clicking off the card that you want to discard. So that's cool. There are a few other things I've noticed there. One of them was really, really cool. The Astro hit a cooldown that essentially gave the Astro 4 cards simultaneously. It gave the Astro a random drawn card, a random held card, a random Royal Road, and a random Lady or Lord. So you get all 4 of these at the same time. Now, there's some RNG. You obviously want a balance and an expanded Royal Road, but in any case, you're getting 4 cards. That's crazy value, and that must be a pretty long cooldown. But I thought it was really cool that they did that with cards. Finally, there's one ability that created some sort of field, and after about 10 seconds, the field detonated, and it looked like an AoE heal. So it looked like a really early, maybe I'm thinking it might be a really preemptive AoE heal. So that it's like if you know AoE damage is going to come, and it's going to come in 9 seconds, you pop that ability. 10 seconds later, it heals your group. I'm not 100% sure how that works, but yeah, that's my guess. So that could be the case too. Maybe you can detonate it manually, but it looks like you put it out there, and when it detonates, it heals. Yeah, so that's really cool. White Mage.
Now, did they hit anything?
Well, they definitely did, because you have that new, again, the UI element with White Mage, the thing with the roses. Right now, White Mage doesn't really have anything that has like an extra resource like Astro has cards, Scholars have Ether Flow, Monks have Grease Lightning, yada yada yada. White Mage doesn't really have anything like that, right? But now they do, and I'm not 100% sure what it does, but evidently you build up these roses by taking certain actions, and then you consume them to have some sort of effect. So I'm not sure what exactly it does, but it looked like a self buff of some sort. But White Mage is they're getting something new that's never been seen before, so that's really cool.
When they expanded their, it almost looked like an attack kind of. I don't know. Maybe I saw that wrong, but when they like expended their roses or whatever, their energy, it looked like an attack.
Yeah, so it's a healing GCDs get you roses. Is that how it works?
I think. Yeah, I don't know. It was weird.
Besides that, it looks like they got a new arrow, Stone 4, thinking, and yeah, just stuff like that. They mentioned themselves that White Mage and Astro didn't really change that much, so they said yeah, they didn't really change that much. So you know, the new things that we've seen is probably the majority of it. But yeah, that's the healing classes in a nutshell.
uh, one more class to talk about. I won't spend too much time on it.
Yeah, is it what
Okay.
warrior? Oh, we didn't
Yeah.
talk about machinist or bard yet. I'll get that later. You go first.
Oh, okay. All right. So warrior. Um, okay, so Defiance. All right. So if you look on the UI thing, to the bottom left of the screen, they have Defiance and they have
Mhm.
Deliverance, and they now essentially have um, 10 stacks, instead of 5, or 100 rage or whatever, however you want to think about it. And uh, up until now, or up until 4.0, warriors were completely unpunished for switching from Deliverance to Defiance. Well, almost unpunished, but now it will take half of your energy. So it's a lot like Shield Oath and Sword Oath. It's still off the GCD though. So the things that Warrior did get, they got Onslaught, which is a ranged physical attack with a potency of 100 that brings you to the target, and it also has increased threat. The range is 20 meters, and it costs 20 IB or Rage or Inner Beast or 2 stacks. This is actually this move, unfortunately, is a DPS loss to use. I won't go into into the two min maxy kind of stuff right now, but you will not use this move very much as it currently is. If you do, it will be a damage loss at least of the information that they revealed, or at least I think so. I think so. I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong on this. Um, okay, so now now they have this move. Uh, it's called. People seem to think it's called Release the Inner Beast, but it's really not. It's called Super Saiyan. And how it works is it is a Deliverance version of Unchained. So, and what it does is it basically okay, so it makes you immune to stun, sleep, bind, and heavy, and knockback. Let me just copy this real quick. All right, so it halves the IB consumption when active. So I'm going to assume that it also halves yeah. So it also halves the tackle and the punch, which I'll get to the punch in a second. But basically, this makes it to where all of your fell cleaves, instead of costing 5 stacks, they cost 2.5, or they cost 25 energy. So that's why when you have 100 energy and you pop this ability, you can use fell cleave 4 times. The optimal the optimal berserk the optimal berserk window will have 6 fell cleaves in it, a path combo with an uppercut. The uppercut, the uppercut, we don't know what it's called. Rumor has it that it's called
Upheaval.
yeah, upheaval.
Sorry, didn't mean to steal your thunder.
Yeah, no. Well, fuck, man. I was about to say. Tumult. Yeah, I was about to say tumult. I knew it was. I
Oh
knew it was
god.
a Titan ability. Um,
Okay.
but basically, so I looked if you watch the live letter, he does a butcher's block. Oh crap! Wait, what? Yeah. So if you watch the live letter, he does a butcher's block. The butcher's block hits for 4,100, and this ability hits for 4,400. So this ability, it is at least a 300 potency attack. And it uses two stacks, and it's an off GCD. So it uses 20 energy, 10 if you're under Super Saiyan, and so it is a huge damage gain. It's fucking huge. Even not halved, it's still a damage gain because you're expending. Basically, the mechanic now from Warrior is Warrior is more like Dark Knight now than ever in the sense that you're converting resources into potency. So like whereas before you were converting like stacks into potency, well, now you're converting rage, or a much more in-depth resource than stacks, because stacks you either had 5 or you had 0. You know what I mean? Like you could use them 5. But now you can use them at 2. Now you can use them at 10. Now you can use them at 25. Now you can use them at 50. So you're converting rage into potency. And how this works is Fellcleave and Inner Beast, they take 50 rage. They take 25 rage if you're under Super Saiyan. That's why in the video you saw them use Fellcleave 4 times. Was because they use Super Saiyan, and this is also very important. This is extremely important. Each Fellcleave and Inner Beast reduces the timer on Infuriate by 5 seconds. So that means that those... okay, well, I don't want to get too like min-max about it, but basically it's really fucking awesome. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's really fucking awesome, and you're going to be Fellcleaving a lot. And you're going to be doing uppercut a lot. And here's some changes. The IB cannot be used in. You must be in combat to use it. Apparently, I do not like this. 1, because it fucks over the opener, but 2, and this is for a very this is for a non-DPS oriented reason whatsoever. But well, I guess it kind of is, but. Without being able to use Infuriate out of combat, you actually can't start the fight with Unchained as your first GCD. So you have to actually Tomahawk, then Infuriate, then Unchained if you're going to use Unchained. And Unchained is an amazing ability. So, yeah, it kind of sucks that you cannot use Infuriate out of combat. Apparently you cannot. Hopefully this is a mistranslation. Or hopefully they fix it, but if they don't, that's fine. Yeah, but if they don't, that's fine too. Oh shit, did I say, I said invigorate? I'm sorry, I meant infuriate, sorry. Yeah, but here's another really important thing about Warrior as well, that I don't think a lot of people noticed. Maim is now Storm's Eye, and Storm's Eye is now Maim. That's not the part that people didn't notice. People noticed that. The part I don't think people noticed was the fact that because they're reversed, this actually puts you ahead in GCDs. So what I mean is so like as it is now, you use Maim first, and it has the longer duration, and then because Maim is 24 seconds. Then you have Storm's Eye, which is Storm's Eye, which is now your Maim. So Maim is slashing, Storm's Eye is Maim. So basically they're swapped. And your Maim now is 24 seconds, and your slashing is 20. Yeah. Your Maim is 24 and your slashing is 20. But with the change, they swap that. So now you're applying slashing, and the slashing has 24 seconds. So now the slashing increased by 4 seconds, and Maim increased by 6 seconds. So your slashing went up by 4, and your Maim went up by 6. So what this means is that you can actually do an eye combo into two path combos. Because how the stacks work now is that main gives you one, Storm's Eye gives you one, Skull Sunder gives you one, and Butcher's Block gives you one. But Storm's Path gives you two. So you can be able to Storm's Eye combo and then double Path combo without letting your maim or your eye fall off. And that's really, really important when it comes to min-maxing your rage. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I got a couple of keywords there wrong. Apologies. I'm thinking when I've been trying to min-max what they've had on Warrior for the past like 2 days, and sometimes my brain just fucking shits out. But more or less, the changes that they did to Warrior, I really, really, really like. The only thing that I wish that they would change, well, there's a couple things, but Onslaught I wish would be 200 potency instead of 100, and I wish that you could be able to use Infuriate out of combat.
Dude, who cares about the potency? You're not gonna do any damage anyway. You're wearing good accessories.
Another another really awesome change is Berserk. They changed the physical attack. They dropped it from 50 to 30, which kind of sucks, but they also lowered the cooldown from 90 to 60. So that's really, really fucking awesome. I actually love this Berserk change. They also
no pacification. No pacification.
Yeah, they also remove pacification too. So that's a feels Goodman.
Oh hell yeah, the stupidest thing ever. Jeez.
Oh, I thought there was. Oh my god, man, my brain is like. I thought there was one more thing I wanted to say, but okay, there is. Now your cooldowns do not actually give you any stacks or rage, so you no longer get any rage or stacks from Berserk, Raw Intuition, or Vengeance, which kind of sucks. But yeah, but the aggro shouldn't really be an issue because all the DPS have quelling, and your off tank has Shirk. And if Ninja is still optimal, Ninja still has Shade Shift, or you can just bring a Ninja for Shade Shift too. There's that option as well. But I think but like I said, I have a bunch of ideas for openers and min-max rotations and stuff, like through Berserk windows and Infuriates and stuff. So if anyone is curious, like you can just post in Discord and I'll try to get back with you. But just my thoughts on it. Everything I'm thinking could fucking be wrong as shit, by the way, but just based on the information that they've given, ideally in a Berserk window, you want to use, you have 9 GCDs in a Berserk window. You want 6 of those to be Fell Cleaves. The last 3 you want to be a Storm's Path, and you want to do an uppercut in there. That's ideally what you want to do during a Berserk window. But anyway, without going too much into that, I'm just going to stop there because I could talk about Warrior for a long time.
We know.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
So, okay, did you want to cover ranged?
Yeah. There's Bard, Machinist, and Ninja. So you can get Ninja. Bard, Machinist, okay. Biggest change to Bard and Machinist. Huge change is they no longer have cast times on their GCDs. So this was when they made this change to Bard back in Heaven's Ward, where they made it basically your bow mage and I didn't like it. A lot of people didn't like it because the whole reason people love playing Bard is because you're ranged, but you don't have cast times. I mean, it's just fun. Like people like that style of play, and that was kind of taken away from them because there's no class like that anymore when they made Bard into a bow mage. So and then Machinist was more or less the same thing with the Gauss barrel. Is you're basically you have to stand still, plant your feet, and cast for a full cast your GCDs. So they're going back to the way Bard is supposed to be. They're making it so that it's more free flowing, and yeah, that's what they said anyway. We'll have to see it to believe it, but we'll see how Bard Machine has changed. Specifically to Bard, from the video, it's evident that songs no longer have a cast time. You just cast it; it's instant casting, and you get the ability. I wonder if it still nerfs your damage when you have the song active. And I also, like we mentioned before, um, Wanderer's minuet is no longer you know a stance that turns your GCs into casted abilities. I wonder what it does now. So it has to do something else, and I guess we'll have to wait and see. In addition to that, in the video, the bard casted Mage's Ballad, casted Army's Paean, and then casted um, Wanderer's Minuet. So there was also some other weird resource that was underneath the bar that was showing what song they're singing. When he was singing ballad, there were these little song notes. I'm not 100% sure how that works. And then when you're singing Wanderers, there was this what's it called? There were these little arrowheads, and they seem to gradually fill up. In the video they didn't consume it. I'm not exactly sure what it does, but yeah, kind of cool. There's a lot of new stuff to Bard. I think Bard and Machinist are probably the two classes that will. It seems like they will change the most from what they are now. As for Machinist, one of the coolest abilities, in my opinion, that they had was that
flamethrower, man. Holy shit.
Man, I'd say the coolest things about the video was the summoner Bahamut thing and the flamethrower. It was so awesome. Machinist also has in the overheat meter. It seems some abilities increase it, and other abilities consume it. So it's a heat gauge. What happens when it reaches 100? Somebody said that like it empowers some of your ability. I don't know. There's something you have to manage there, but it looked really cool. I thought the Machinist section was really awesome. I wish they revealed more details, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they didn't play every class, which was kind of like they didn't. All they needed to do was log on to switch over to the class and hover over a couple tooltips. They didn't even need to really play it, you know.
Yeah. Also, there are these resources. There are these three. They look like bolts or ammo. And at first I thought it was the ammo, but now looking at it, I mean, the Machinist consumed them to use other weird abilities. Like there's one where it made a whole bunch of like these rockets and placed them in a line on the ground, and then they all started flying towards the enemy. So that was really cool. But yeah, and you can hold 3 of them instead of 5. So I think the ammo system will work differently, because currently the ammo just basically, helps you proc your split shot and your slug shot, and also adds to the potency. But it looks like you're using ammo to cast abilities now as well. Yeah, so I think the ammo system it is ammo, but I don't think it works exactly as it does now. Is what I'm saying. Or at the very least, you can consume it in different ways. So Machinists look really cool. Did you want to talk about Ninja? Did you have anything for Ninja?
I didn't have much, just because they didn't play the class. And pretty much like I noticed they use like Mudras like back to back,
like consecutive Mudras.
Yeah, like consecutive.
After he consumed his TP bar or whatever that thing is called.
Yeah, so the like the pinwheel was the Huton, and then the auto attacks filled the scroll. And I mean, I'm not really the best ninja, but I mean, I do know how to play ninja, and they use Mudras like back to back, and it almost looked like they use their teleport as well, shorter than the cooldown is now. So I think maybe the cooldown got reduced. They also had ley lines as well. So yeah, that's right. Shadowfang puts up slashing and the dot, and I guess they have like a ninja ley lines, and maybe that's the thing that lets them cast Mudras like back to back to back. Yeah, so
that was
kind of
cool.
Yeah, that was some cool shit, but yeah, right. I didn't really see too much on Ninja, just because unfortunately they didn't play it. And on Dark Knight, like the only thing I saw was he went into Grit. It didn't take the bar. I said some of this earlier, but you have two different resources now. You have your MP like you do now, and then you have that sword. You have the dark or the black blood, and some of your abilities require black blood, and those abilities can be dark artsed. So not only are you balancing your mana, but you're also balancing your black blood too. And there were two different abilities that they showcased. They used black blood. One was like he spun the sword around him, and then the other was he did like a flip towards the dummy, and he dark arts both of them. So I'm definitely curious to see the damage potencies on those. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had for Ninja and Dark Knight, because they really show much. I mean, they had like a cooldown, and I guess they have a cover. The cover was in the trailer, but they didn't actually show the cover, or at least I don't think they did in the showcase. But yeah. Let's see. Okay. Just to kind of wrap up the current classes, what do you think, like, just based on what we've seen, and obviously this is probably going to be, this is probably going to be inaccurate, but just based on what we've seen, what do you think that the ideal God comp is going to be?
God comp?
God comp. Just based on what we've seen.
We cover some of this in the what's the word. Do you want to jump to the what's the word? And then maybe
okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we could just do that. Okay, yeah.
All right,
yeah,
cool.
Good.
All right, so we're head down the final stretch of the show. Do the what's the word for those who don't know. We basically have a sentence with a blank, and we each fill in the blank with our opinions. So without further ado.
Okay, so what's the word? A job that will be the new hotness is, what would you say?
Me first? Okay. The new hotness, I think Monk is going to be the new hotness. They're in a bad place right now, but Monk is going to make a friggin' comeback. The thing Monk was lacking before was raid utility, like damage-wise. So that's what they're lacking right now, currently. Come Stormblood, that's going to be changed.
Also quelling.
Did say that. Yep, that was a huge deal. Yeah, quelling was another huge deal. Now they have access to that. Another well is minor, but sometimes it was relevant. Sometimes it was an issue. Like in A12, sometimes it was an issue. But with the different aggro control abilities that you have now, that's not going to be as much of an issue. TP was another issue for Monk, but look how many goads we have now. Yeah. You don't have to bring a ninja for goad. So
everybody's got goad.
And yeah. And as far as utility goes, mantra's still a thing. And now that the 20% mantra is no joke. It is no joke. And so I think Monk will, and they provide int down. They provide int down. So if you don't have a Dark Knight, that's okay. If you have a Monk, you still have int down from Dragon Kick. So all these things combined, I see Monk making a huge comeback. All right. What about you?
I think Paladin. I think it's going to be Paladin Warrior.
Paladin making a comeback too?
I think it's going to be Paladin Warrior.
All right,
I could be wrong.
What do you think, Paladin?
I think Paladin because they increase their damage a lot, but most importantly, they can block fucking magic.
That's so huge, man.
Just the fact that you can block magic is crazy. That is crazy.
It shores up Paladin's biggest weakness. That's what it does.
Yeah,
it shores up Paladin's biggest weakness is the inability to mitigate magic damage reliably. Right?
Yeah.
In a fucking game where everything does, the biggest hits are all magic damage. Like, come on, right?
Yeah, I think
totally.
I think Paladin is going to be really, really awesome. Now, granted, this is coming from absolutely no knowledge of the new Dark Knight abilities. Like, absolutely none. They didn't fucking reveal anything.
Dark Knight's going to change a lot too, because they took a lot of Dark Knight stuff and just like threw it into the roll abilities like reprisal and low blow. So like Dark Knight's surely going to have something that
because they have to replace reprisal or low blow, or at least I would think
Yeah.
that they would. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure Dark Knight is going to get some shit, but Paladin is looking pretty fucking fresh right now because these damaging abilities, the AoE, being able to block magic, this shit is pretty awesome. Like, it's pretty awesome. But
You know what else about Paladin?
what's that?
Hallowed Ground's still the most OP ability in the game. That's never changed since day one.
It's pretty good.
Sure,
it's
Paladin might have fallen out of favor, but Hallowed Ground, it makes you fucking invincible for 10 seconds. You can, cheese so much shit
the
with
ability
it,
is the ability is pretty good, but I just wish it wasn't on such a long timer. I just
Yeah.
man, that's so awful though.
Yeah, fair enough, but, all these things combined with the fact that Paladin has had a Hallowed Ground and it's OP as fuck, then, I agree with you. Paladin's going to be awesome.
Okay, so a job that will be the next Paladin, the shit tier. So the next shit tier. What do you think's going to be the next shit tier?
The next shit tier? You know what? We don't have a lot of information.
Yeah.
But if I had to pick one, my bold prediction is going to be Dark Knight. Someone mentioned that int down might be something that's removed. So okay, fine, fair enough. So we can remove that. But the reason I think Dark Knight will fall out of favor. What are the two? If you think about it, what are the things that are going right for Dark Knight right now that makes them meta? Is it one, they're superior magic damage tank to Paladin. Nope, that's no longer the case because Paladin can now block magic damage. The other thing is currently you need int down, but you don't want to bring a monk. The only way you get that is you bring a Dark Knight. So there's that. 3, Paladin doesn't have any AoE abilities and don't do that much damage. Again, I think that'll be fixed. Maybe Paladin damage will be more in line with Dark Knight. So all the reasons to bring a Dark Knight over a Paladin currently seem to be fading away, because if they're removing the int down, is a huge asset for Dark Knight. Monk might be in favor if we're correct about that, and Paladin's getting buffed. That makes, and God knows Warrior is going to be OP until the end of time. I think Dark Knight is going to see a fall from grace. That's my prediction.
I think Ninja. I think Ninja got fucked. I think I think that Square, they took Ninja, they threw it in cell block D, threw the sheet up, and they fucked it. That's what I think. I think Ninja, because you don't need Shade really anymore, assuming that every DPS has quelling and the tanks have shirk. You don't need goad anymore. They just straight took that shit. Oh, you got yo dog, you like goad? Yeah, well we do too. Now you don't have it anymore. Well, I mean, just not you have it. So they took goad. They pretty much took Shadewalker. Yeah.
So all the things.
The only thing that Ninja brings currently now, again, this is coming from a perspective where we don't know we don't know all the Ninja abilities. We don't know. It may do crazy high damage. Maybe they took those support abilities away from Ninja to increase its damage. So maybe instead of being more of like a damage support, it's just going to be straight fucking single target, blow shit up. Who knows? But so far, the only thing it keeps is Trick Attack. And if a monk brings Trick Attack, a monk's going to do more damage than a ninja. A monk's got quelling. So I think Ninja. Yeah. I think Ninja is gonna fall hard. And we're all gonna take a moment and rest well, sweet prince. We will remember you.
Good, because nobody in our static likes playing Ninja.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
right. So the next with the word is Stormblood feature, not raid related, that I am most hyped about is the flying tank mount. I want my Red Baron. I want the Red Baron. I want it. I want that fucking flying bear mount. That's what I want. I want the glamour. We talking about glam right now. We talking about the glam. And the glam we talking about is a red baron. He's going to have armor. He's going to have aviator goggles. And he's going to have a red fucking scarf that's going to like, it's just going to fly so majestically in the air. And it's going to be fucking awesome. That's what I'm hyped about.
Nice.
What are you hyped about?
I'm actually hyped about PvP. Do I have PvP?
It looked pretty awesome. It looked pretty good.
Well, okay. I mean, do I have PvP right now? No, I have no interest in it, to be honest, because PvP in this game, honestly, I think it's it feels like it's shoehorned in. It's a PvE game, and PvP is shoehorned in so that they can say that this game has PvP. And like, I don't mean to like belittle people who really enjoy PvP, because a lot of people enjoy it and that's awesome. But one of the changes that they said that they're going to make in PvP, and this wasn't even something that was on my radar when thinking about Stormblood, but Yoshi P mentioned it, and they said that all abilities, all PvP abilities and PvE abilities are going to be completely independent of each other. So you're no longer PvPing with PvE abilities. I mean, like your abilities are clearly meant for PvE when you're,
Yeah, that was the really annoying thing.
Apply slashing to your to your target, and then put up a buff for yourself.
Yeah, let me do this PvE rotation real quick.
Hit my fucking positionals on a freak. Like it just doesn't work. So and it's hard to balance PvP and PvE simultaneously when they use the same abilities. So what did they do? They said, okay, you know what, PvP abilities and PvE abilities going to be independent. I think this fits better. And I think that it'll actually make PvP interesting to me.
I'll PvP with you, man. I think Sweet. It looks pretty dope. Man. Okay. This last one. What's the word? The live letter has me feeling blank about Stormblood. What would you say?
Me, honestly, kind of a boring answer, but has me feeling relief. And I'll kind of elaborate. I was a little worried about Stormblood. I was really pessimistic about it. They did say that they wanted to like I thought they were going to dumb down the combat system. I love the combat system in this game, but judging from what we've seen in the live letter, it looks really good, and that's really relieving to me, because it looks like the combat is actually going to be more interesting and more robust instead of less, and which is what I was expecting when they said that they're going to dumb it down. So that's really cool. Besides that, the new classes look cool. I'm warming up to Red Mage, even though it's not a healer class.
Yeah, I am too. I think Red Mage looks awesome.
My main Astro, I like this new stuff that it's getting, like the new card play. So I'm relieved, because I was expecting a freaking like dumpster fire when it comes to Stormblood. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, oh man, this game's gonna get worse, not better. But it looks really good, so I'm actually pretty hyped. Okay, what about you?
Leaves me feeling arrogant. Yeah. And here's why. And here's fucking why I'm feeling arrogant. Because I told these motherfuckers for years. Everybody called me fucking crazy. I'm bringing it up.
I fucking hate when you're right.
Everybody called me crazy,
this
man.
This guy was right about Falcley. He's just like, Warrior's going to get this 500 potency ability called Destroyer of Worlds. And we're like, you're an idiot, Zeno. You don't have to watch it. What happened to get freaking Falcley, which is a 500 potency ability. And then this guy's like, Warrior's going to get Axe Oath. And then what did they get? Deliverance, which is basically... Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Anyway,
everybody called me crazy, man. Everybody called me crazy. But you know what? I was fucking right about Perry. I was fucking right, man. Yo, my original Warrior video got so much hate. You're an awful tank. You're fucking shit at the game. Fucking so much hate. I got so many mean comments that called me an idiot and a fucking retard and a greedy tank. And now they're fucking removing it. Eat shit. That's right.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we were right about a lot of shit. Like when we were talking about, hybrid accessories with Vit and Strength is the way to go. And people are like, no, it's not. That's what you use in freaking Crystal Tower when you're fucking around in Crystal Tower.
Yeah, that's what they said, man.
Well, that's why they had to freaking change the way stats work just to nerf those accessories. And we were right about parry too.
Yeah, man.
So I'm like invading your what's the word? I'm sorry.
No, that's all good, dude. Nah, man. It's like it's just, dude. Like I've been holding this in for like 3 years. I've been holding it in, and it's just I'm releasing the beast, like I was fucking right. I knew I was fucking right, I said Perry was awful from the start, and all these fucking people fucking leaving mean comments. I cried myself to sleep some of those nights. I thought to myself, how can people be so mean over the internet? And I would wake up and ponder to myself, am I doing the right thing? No, not really. But no, I just want to say that I'm really happy that they're finally fucking removing that. So
someone bullied Xeno on the internet. That's rich.
I get bullied all the time, man. But well, that's yeah, man. That's what's the word. That's what's the word, man.
All right, you want to answer a few questions?
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
Okay, so
All right, so we have a few questions.
All right, yeah. So I'm just gonna say this now, oh right, hold on. What was my God comp? Yeah, the God comp.
Oh, the God comp. Yeah, talk about the God comp. All right, what's your God comp? All right,
I think the God comp is gonna be the tanks. Oh, I think it's gonna be Paladin Warrior. I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Healers.
Yeah, so the healers are fucking Astro Scholar. That shit's locked in. Oh my god.
Okay. I'm already with you. There.
Yeah.
What about DPS?
I think the DPS are going to be I definitely think Red Mage is going to be there. So I think Red Mage, I think Monk.
6 out of 8 so far.
I think Machinist. Hypercharge is really good. And okay, now my third one is going to vary. And the reason why it's going to vary is because now they haven't revealed everything for Red Mage, but let's just hypothetical. Let's say Red Mage gets piercing.
Okay.
So now they have piercing. You don't need a Dragoon. So you could take a Bard.
Ooh.
Yeah. So you could go triple. So if a Red Mage gets piercing, I think it'll be Red Mage Monk, Machinist Bard. That's what I think. If a Red Mage does not get piercing, I think it's going to be Dragoon Monk, Red Mage Machinist.
Yep, that's why I think it is too. Because and it's basically a physical damage comp. Because Red Mage for a caster does some degree of physical damage, and they buff physical damage with their steroid. Machinist buffs physical damage. Monk buffs physical damage. Dragoon buffs all damage. So, and then tanks benefit. Healers like me and Chet are gonna cry because we don't have anything that buffs magic damage. But hey.
To be fair though, I think that Paladin Dark Knight will be viable. It will definitely be viable. This in 4.0.
The two biggest reasons why it's not viable right now, one is aggro, 2 is slashing, and now both problems are solved. That could be the case too.
Yeah. So the reason why I don't think that Paladin Dark Knight is going to be viable is you fucking stupid. Warrior's the best class in the game. What? 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 That's my reason. That's all I got. By the way, I actually don't have a reason. That's just my reason, I guess. I don't know. But I just love Warrior. So I mean, unfortunately, I'm gonna play Warrior regardless if my static 8. Now you know what? I'm a take one for the team. If Warrior sucks, I'm gonna do what Ed did because I got mad respect for Ed. I got mad respect for him. He loves caster, but he knew how much better the God comp was, so he went ninja. And you know what? He's such a good ninja. Oh my god. He's like
Yeah, what
getting
the hell, man?
like
Like, out of
99th
nowhere,
percentile. I'm like, damn,
you just picked it up.
I've been secondary the whole rate tier, and you're like fucking way better than me. I need to take some notes. The fuck? But if Warrior sucks, whatever Gran wants to play, I'll play the other one. I really don't mind. I will play anything. I love I like just to tank, so, and I love Warrior and Dark Knight, so I'm really and I'm really looking forward to Paladin. So I mean, who knows, man? Paladin might be. If that's the case, you'd have to have a samurai or a ninja in the group for slashing. But I mean, who knows? I mean, might be. It will definitely be viable, at least. Like right now, it's not even viable, but it will definitely be viable. It'll definitely be viable, and that's really cool. That's really awesome. But yeah, I think that's what I think the God comp is going to be. But so we have okay, so yeah, what I was about to say, man, is I'm just gonna say this now. Like we received a shit ton of questions, and I'm just gonna apologize now because there's no way we can get to all of these. Like we received so many questions, it's pretty crazy. We'll get to some, but we're already 2.5 or. We're already like 3 hours over what we. Well, no. We're almost 3 hours over what we originally planned. So, oh man.
I don't know what the hell gave you the idea that this is going to take an hour and a half. I knew right off the bat it's at least 3. But anyway,
it's because It's because I. Yeah.
Let's answer
I don't
some
know.
questions.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's one. Do you think rating in Stormblood will be more attractive now that we're moving away from steampunk and goblins? Fuck yes. Fuck yes. I am so done with that bullshit. Get me the fuck out of robots. Holy mother of God.
I want to kill internet dragons, not internet goblins. Yeah, I'm with you in that one. Which one should I take here? Okay, how about this one? All right, question. Do you feel like we can finally get a diverse meta where there are many optimal team compositions? My answer to that is yes and no. There will always be an optimal team composition. Even if it's optimal by 1%, it's still optimal. So that's always going to be the case. And the extreme min-maxers of this game are going to find out what that optimal composition is, and they're going to whore it. And that's okay. And it's funny saying this because like currently, up until now, this is the most balanced this game has ever been. Right now, we make fun of monk, we say delete monk, we make fun of white mage, we make fun of casters, and we make fun of paladin. But as it stands now, no class is not viable. Like, every class is viable. That has never been the case previously. Like there have been really shitty classes in the past, like paladin in 3.0.
Yeah, 3.0 was
pretty much paladin.
It was borderline unplayable.
Yeah, dragoon in final coil. Like they're just liability to the group, right? Like we used to see really shitty situations like that. Astro when it first came out was hot garbage, and it's funny because now that we have the most balances we've ever had, but people now are more conscious about having the god comp, and people are more obsessed with it now. So it's kind of ironic if you think about it, where the game is now, more balanced than it's ever been, but people still, or perceive that there's a god comp. So what that tells me, that's not going to change. It, in fact, is probably going to get worse now that there's 15 jobs and 8 party slots. So seven jobs are going to be on the outside looking in. So but at the same time, if it's balanced enough, every job's going to be viable. I think SE is getting better at balancing the classes in this game, so I'm not too worried. I think every job will be viable. But there's always going to be a god comp. Right, you're up.
Yeah, I just want to take one question in chat real quick. Do you think that optimal compositions will change from Savage to Super Savage? I do actually, because um, in Super Savage, I I hope that you will not be able to get away with bullshit. Meaning, I hope that I hope Super Savage is really, really hard. I hope it hits really fucking hard, and I hope that you're not allowed to do any of this tank. Like, I really hope that the bosses hit you so hard that you have to actually be in your tanking stance. And I hope that you need to. Basically, I want Super Savage to have the mentality of kind of like how we have when we do the 8 tank stuff, where we have to exhaust every single
Oh fuck yeah,
possibility.
yeah. And not
And
only that, but like when you have to prioritize defense over offense, I think that's more fun.
yeah,
Right now, offense is everything, right? Like that's
yeah. So
DPS,
I guess
dictates
that's
DPS.
I guess I answered it in 2 ways. That's what I hope for. That's not what I think. I think Super Savage will simply hit harder and the mechanics will be more punishing. So you will be able to tank without your tank stance. You will be able to do all the normal shit, except for the shit will hit a little harder. The mechanics will be a little more punishing. So I I don't think the optimal team comp will change, but I hope it does. I hope it changed based on defense actually instead of offense. But so here was one question I was going to take. Let's see. The reason why I wanted to answer that one is because this one is kind of the it's similar. Do you feel like raid design in Stormblood is heading towards us receiving more damage from bosses, considering all the non-damage tools that we are getting? Tanks, cooldowns, tenacity, healers, cleric, piety changes, and DPS utility. Okay, so I have like 2 answers for this. Well, it's like a 2-part question really, because the considering all the non-damage tools that the tanks are getting, I think that is that's just to add more utility. Like, you want, I think Square Enix is trying to make it to where every single comp is good, and to do that, you have to give all tanks both stun and silence. You have to give all tanks provoke. You have to give all tanks like a reprisal, like that kind of stuff. So I don't necessarily think that is really making the bosses deal more damage. I just think it's making it to where you can go Dark Knight Paladin or Paladin Warrior or Warrior Dark Knight. I think tenacity is I don't think that they put tenacity in the game because they plan on the bosses hitting harder. I think they put tenacity in the game because they took parry out. The healers having cleric, I think that's to raise the floor. I don't think that has anything to do with outgoing damage. I think that has to do with raising the floor of the shitty healers, or the healers that don't want to do damage.
You're right.
The
You're right.
shitty healers, yeah, the fucking shitty, fucking shit core healers don't even do no damage. Fucking, yeah. What's her name? A selfie. The selfies, right?
Sylphie?
Yes, Sylphie. Yeah,
I
the
don't
fucking
want to
self.
do damage.
You can't make me do those things.
I'm good at healing.
No, 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 no,
Right.
no. Yeah.
My
Okay.
turn?
So, yeah. Oh, yeah. One more thing, and I think all the DPS utility is to simply make it to where any DPS comp is viable, or the gap isn't as wide. You know what I mean? Like from the optimal to the shit,
Optimal,
because like right now, if you bring a monk, a monk, a monk arranged in 2 casters, oh my god, that's awful. You know what I mean? Like a monk, a machinist, and a black mage and a summoner, that's just absolute trash. It's just, yeah. So I think that they're trying to make that gap less big, but anyway, yeah. So that's my answer.
All right, cool. All right, last question. One more.
Yep.
Okay. Question. This is a good one. What steps do you plan to take to optimize your roles before the next raid tier lands? Both in ensuring that you have the right people in the right role, and also ensuring that you don't walk in with a comp that ultimately hinders your progression. I'll tell you what our static is doing. we've never been freaking that obsessed with having the god comp. I mean, like we progressed with we ran with a caster for a while. It was fine. Like I know we knew we didn't have the god comp, but that's okay. We still cleared it in a good time. But at the same time, me and my co-healer, we're trying to be flexible enough so that whether it's White Mage Scholar, White Mage Astro, or Scholar Astro, whatever's the best setup, we're prepared. I'm pretty well practiced on all three healers, and so yeah, we're prepared for that. And same thing with our tanks. Xeno and Grand are going to be tanking. So whatever the tank meta is going to be, they're prepared for whatever combination. And as far as our DPS goes, they're pretty flexible too. So remaining flexible is huge. If this is something that matters to you, and honestly, just go practice. Like, you have access to all this gear now that everything's unlocked. Just go practice whatever job. I know the jobs are going to change, but it definitely doesn't hurt to familiarize yourself with a job that you could potentially be playing if your static is trying to play a meta comp. If you're a loyalist to whatever single job that you play, if you only play Bard or you only play Machinist, more power to you. But you never know. What if your favorite job is complete shit, and to secure a spot in your static or in a static, you gotta be flexible. So now's a good time to practice.
I think that's really important, is to, like, if you're going to join a raid group, the best raid groups will always think about the group first, not themselves. So, like, as you mentioned in our raid group, like Grand hated playing Ninja. He hated it. He absolutely hated it. I know he hated it because I've raided with him for like 2 raid tiers.
We did it.
I know he did it, but he did it, and that is, I will never. I will always remember that. I will always remember that.
Grant, if you're listening, you're the real MVP.
Yeah, I will always remember that because he hated it, but he did it, and that I respect that a lot. And like, if for whatever, like, and like, if for next raid tier, if Warrior isn't good, like, I'll go Paladin or Dark Knight. It's fine. I'll play I'll play Warrior for fun.
Return the favor.
Or yeah. I like for instance, I love Monk. I love Monk right now, and I play Monk when I go into, like, parties that I don't care about.
Shit, man, I had to go from Warrior to Astro, so like, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things where I think, like, I don't know. I think when you think of the group first, it's really important, because one trick ponies, man, I'm not gonna say it's setting yourself up to fail, but
yet at the same time, I mean, I can see it both ways. I mean, we all invest so much time and energy into this game, probably more than what's considered healthy. So it's important that you also play on your own terms. So if you're absolutely miserable playing a job that you have to play to stay in that static, but you could, play the job that you want in another group, and so be it. I mean, like, if you don't, I wouldn't go too far to play a job that you absolutely despise. I mean, it's all up to you, but I don't know. I can see it both ways, but yeah.
It also
really depends on
the
level of intensity of your static.
Yeah, exactly.
That really varies.
Because, like, if you're going into a fucking, like, mid-core or something, and, you're just, you guys are having more like fun than taking shit serious, then what does it matter? Just have fun, But
yeah, if you had to take an extra 2 days of prog because your group had to drag along this white mage who didn't want to play any other, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But
we good?
Well, we did it. 4 hours and 30 minutes.
420.
That was
420,
only.
please.
We were 12 minutes over. But yeah. Thanks for checking out Unchained, man. This was an emergency, cool. Unchained. Before we go, do you have any shout outs?
Nope, we got it all. Shout out to Grand for playing Ninja for a whole raid tier, even though you hated it. There you go. And shout out to Chet for switching to healer because we need him to.
Yep. Yeah, we did. Yeah, when Momo
Shout out
joined
to
the
Chet.
group, he yeah, that was really awesome of Chet. He said he would play healer or tank, and yeah, that was really cool. Because I thought we were really lucky to get Momo, so I'm really glad that worked out.
Hell yeah! All right, cool.
But
All right, well,
I think that's it, man.
all right, awesome. So yeah, thanks for listening, everyone. All right, good luck.
I'm
in
gonna shout out to
Stormblood.
Twitch chat as I always do. One day I will get Twitch chat surgically implanted on my peripheral vision, so you will never leave me. I will never be alone. I'll always have Twitch chat by my side. There's just one more thing to say, man. Just gotta end the strum, you know? End the
What's
show.
that thing? What's that thing? What do you got to say? What do you got to say?
Man. A very wise man said this to me. A wise man said this to me
What
in a
was that?
Titan Extreme
What did
party.
he say to you?
You know what he said
What
to
did he
me,
say to you?
man? He said,
What did he say?
Unchained, bitch!